I love Break the Meta because specifically for me, as somebody who pugs, it is so much fun to see people bring out the things that aren't getting played enough. Players get this weird mindset. Oh, you can only play this, you can only play that. And you know what? There's nothing wrong with meta, but I love seeing the weirdo specs coming out of the woodworks being like, I got tech for that. Like, oh, I actually can pump on this key. You wouldn't know because you don't watch.
Here we go. Weapon up you. Everybody's weaponed up for the damage amp. Let's go. I'm ascending for sure. Oh my god, I'm ascending. Oh my god. Oh my Jesus Christ.
There. Oh, that Prez Evoker exploded.
Oh no.
Oh my god, they have reses.
Here we go.
All right, everybody's
Wait,
back
there's
up.
10% left and there's 20 seconds left.
Yeah, that 15-second death timer is... I think they're still going to be fine, assuming they have no more accidental deaths here at the end. But yeah, those 15-second death timers definitely making this much closer than it needed to be. Only 4 seconds here.
Time to pump.
It's
close.
easy. It's so easy.
They did it.
Oh, JK, she's got another phase.
Oops. My horse just saved my life.
Kills you.
This is a room of oops. I know this is like technically outdoors, but this room is so many things can go wrong. Everyone's found out like you can get right up against this wall. I remember like first day people were like trying to tank this pack right where it was, and then somebody would butt pull the things on that pier right there. I think that's like, is that where they execute people? Probably.
I think so. Yeah, the gallows.
I think so. Yeah, gallows. Yeah, it looks like gallows.
Break the Meta is one of the best community events in World of Warcraft. I remember last Break the Meta, none of the monk specs were considered meta, so a bunch of friends and I got together. We rolled a full 5-man monk team called Only Zen. It was amazing.
Ha! The start of the season when this boss would use the tank buster after every single jump because it would calculate for if someone is in melee way too quickly. So it would just use the tank buster, the like no tank in range. This is technically a jacuzzi boss where the boss doesn't move and you need someone in melee range or she'll do some terrifying attack. And so at the start of the season, whenever she jumped, it would just cast the tank buster, so everyone would take so much damage.
Yeah, I do remember that. That was good. Also, I like that are we calling these jacuzzi bosses? I haven't heard that before.
That is the term I have heard. Is that it's a jacuzzi boss because they're in the jacuzzi. So like Wakecrest Manor, the big man that's eating all the food.
The pig.
Yeah, that's a jacuzzi boss.
Maybe other people don't have a problem with it. I like this first room sucks. The healer's an affix. They just called me an affix. They just call. Can you hear Discord? They just called me an affix. What the heck? Oh my god, friends. Oh my god.
These are your treacherous
Here,
waters.
what be a pirate's favorite cookie? Ships ahoy!
That dispel effect's gotta go. Like, I love the Zolotov affixes, and I like that they go away at a 12, but that dispel one is the 1 week where I'm like, yeah, this is the week that's gonna suck. Like, oh, well, I'm sorry, my name's a mage and I didn't bring my decurs. Oh, I'm a boomy, I didn't bring my decurs. I'm like, all right, like, thanks, that's huge. I'm like, healer, why didn't you heal through it? I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm a discipline priest. I already ramped through one mechanic, and now there's a heal, like a bonus heal absorb. And then you want me to ramp through another mechanic, and then you say healer. And we got 4 dispels in the party, and none of you pressed the button. Anyway, I'm fine.
Well, I'm gonna need a drag in. This is True Thunder.
I want a
There's any
dragon.
dragons in this raid.
Grant you a merciful end. 3, 2, 1.
Oh my god, you pulled me out! Oh my god, you almost killed me! Blood Decay is just like, it's one of those tank specs, right? Where it's like, you're really, really safe until the instant that you get one shot. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, you know, the health is ping-ponging all the time. You have a lot of like very small defensives, and the whole goal is to not be one shot. But it's definitely, I know I'm stressed when I'm playing a Blood Decay in Mythic Plus. Just a constant state of stress, especially when you're perk procs like that.
I have wet socks. Oh.
Oh, DK dropping low, but it is a DK, so
It is a DK.
ignore that. Yeah, Purg's not on CD. We're not worried.
Yeah, don't look at the health bar. That means nothing.
Like, track Dancing Rune, Vamp, Runic Power, and Purgatory in your fight. Oh, they just took that. Oh my goodness. Okay. Yeah, why not?
Let's go.
Oh, that was too soon.
Symbol of hope in hate.
I went too soon.
Okay, that's cool. Cool.
Yeah.
This is also a particularly deadly pack because the shoots are yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
There
they're
we go.
random targets. So
We see the shaman go down.
Actually, interesting thing about these shoots, a lot of people aren't aware. They're actually frontals.
huh?
It is a random target between everyone in a 180-degree arc in front of the mob. So if you just have the tank the pack in one place, and then everyone else is directly behind them, so they're not in a 180-degree cone, it will only ever target the tank.
What?
Yeah, that's real tech.
Whoa.
Yeah, I didn't know that
So you're
either.
You're telling me. Wait. Okay, so I've had like 2 million healing on that pull, and you're telling me that I could have just been, my tank could have been using their physical mitigation tools this whole time?
Yeah.
I hate it here.
Well, now I want to go run a siege to test this out. We could have been coasting through that pole instead of dying through that pole.
We just do a caster break the meta siege. Easy.
Every season I've always done a couple of break the meta keys to get my shiny banner toy, but this time it's different. This season my friends and I have set out to smash the meta to pieces and push as high as we can. With one of each monk spec, a feral druid and a survival hunter, we can't wait to get out there and time some keys.
Alright, now I am not sure how to get out of here. Am I just like stuck? Is this just my new home? I'm chilling. Anyone know how to get out of this place? I feel like this is something I'm missing that's very obvious. Pick me up, I can get us out of here in a flash. Okay, well that's actually useful. Oh, dig? Do I just have to dig out? I'm stuck in this cave forever. This is not cash money right now. I know! I'm stuck in the cave. Oh my god.
Is watching the DPS 1v1 each other. It's like in high keys, you just, whoever has cooldowns takes out the other person, goes up with the buff, and blows up the boss. But my favorite are the low keys, where it doesn't matter anymore. And like back in Shadowlands, where a 15 was equivalent to a 5 these days, and that was all you needed for the best vault gear. So in a 15, like watching your homies just decide they're gonna go fight each other in the 1v1. People just start rooting for random players. Like, we're in a boss fight. Like, what are you doing? I love it.
The health pod and Hellstone commits during the duel too. It's like, guys, what are you doing? Please come back.
Like swept in the duel. Why?
Yeah, I mean, if you have the parasol sim, you can just fly with an umbrella.
Yeah, we're gonna do this. Oh fuck. I turned off I double tapped my burning rush right when I
could just do this, he says.
What did he do?
Is this where we walk?
I'm too high. Oh no. How do I get out of here?
That's a clip, dude. Holy
I don't
shit.
know. I just rolled off and thought it was. I guess you take the.
19%. They're destroying.
Oh,
What's
not
the
again.
damage? Hunter,
Okay.
stop it! No one was supposed to die. You were our last hope. Their damage is good though. This run is looking.
Oh, yeah, they're
They're
cranking.
pumping.
It's so easy. Like we were saying, there was never any doubt. It's so easy. There's no way to wipe you.
So it just kills you at the end of the cast. If you need to, just let yourself get sucked in it and take the portal and get out before the cast is done.
Oh, why did I listen to? Why did I listen? I was fine.
All right, so they're good to wipe at least twice. So we can't possibly cast or curse them enough that they will not time this game.
What's crazy is no one's gonna die in this fight, and they're not gonna wipe.
Yeah,
because they're goaded.
Yeah,
They're gonna do great.
Oh yeah, this is. I mean, this is not like. Oh, I'm rooted with the. Oh, I'm a druid. Yeah. Look, I'm learning these mechanics.
Yeah, it looks like they are gonna just sit on the battle res. They're just gonna kill it with who they have left because, like I said, they have what 9 minutes ish, a little over 9 minutes.
Yeah.
It's so close to dead that you want to save a battle res for a more dire situation. I think in that when something like that happens.
What I love about Break the Meta is that it gives us a chance to showcase what lesser played specs can really do. A lot of the community thinks that only meta specs can do X level of key, and that's just simply not true. Any spec in the hands of a player that truly understands and is passionate about that spec can do amazing things. I love Break the Meta.
So play some off-meta specs, have some fun with some friends, and you can get some cool prizes. Or else.
Or else.
Don't participate,
also.
we'll find you. All of us.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to RaiderIO's second Break the Meta event of the War Within. This event takes place once per Mythic Plus season, and it is all about showcasing that even high-level keystones can be completed without a full meta comp, or honestly, even without a single meta character in the group. Break the Meta returns with similar prizing as previous events, so this is your opportunity to earn the prized Banner of the Algari. You can earn this banner by completing 2 plus 10 dungeons or higher, while in a dungeon group with eligible Break the Meta specs. Spec leaderboard winners will also receive 60 days of World of Warcraft game time, which is very exciting. And there's also a Break the Meta prize bundle that includes IRL Transmog. Yes, that means a RaiderIO t-shirt. You have a chance to win that, as well as other fabulous in-game prizes. All of this means that there's a lot going on this weekend, and I'm here with Kara and Cybear to highlight some of the fun things during this event. Kara, there's another RaiderIO side event that's going on this weekend. Could you tell us a little bit more about that?
Sure. So I'm sure, as some of you have noticed, demon hunters and shamans have been completely left off of the eligible spec list for Break the Meta. But don't fear, if you are a demon hunter or a shaman player, there is a special event just for you. It's called the Meta versus Meta Elemental Frenzy event. It's running alongside Break the Meta this week. And demon hunters and shamans, I'm sure many of you know, are so popular right now that none of their specializations were eligible for Break the Meta. So, to give these classes a chance to participate and win the same prizes as everyone else, RaiderIO created their own special competition. In order to participate, the keys must be full of demon hunters or shamans. They must be completed in time, but you can only be a demon hunter or a shaman. Personally, I'm really hoping we get to see some of these elemental frenzy keys. I think it would be so fun to have a group packed with just shamans and demon hunters. But our first key of the day is starting. So, Sai, if you could lead us into our first key.
Absolutely, and it's very kind of the team that we've got here. We really need some team names. I hope people are maybe they can type them in the RaiderIO chat for us if they've got an official team name. But we've got Hellblind here on stream from the Feral POV. And their team, I think they're syncing up with the stream now so that they can begin this key with us and we can go start to finish. Hopefully it's going to be in time. I think they're aiming for a plus 18 Cinderbrew. They did just try a 19 and wiped on the first pull, which I don't know if anyone in chat has done Cinderbrew this season, but I've never actually seen the first boss. I've never actually seen what it looks like. I've exclusively wiped on the first pull of Cinderbrew. I'm pretty sure that's the whole key. So we'll find out. Maybe there's more to explore in this dungeon. We'll find out. It does say there are 4 bosses. We'll see if we reach all of those. I'm not sure what level resilient this key will be, because Hellblind is like 3,800 or so IO. So this is potentially a resilient 18 angle. They might be able to like give it a few attempts. But what do you both think about like the group comp they're going for here? This is quite the rainbow we got going on.
I know. I feel like I never see feral druids. So a really good feral druid, I feel like, is an asset in any key, but they're so like few and far between. I'm really excited about this. I am very interested how the evoker healer is going to handle this key. I am not a good evoker, so I'm very excited to see some great preservation evoker gameplay.
Yeah, I haven't seen a lot of preservation evokers. Honestly, in general, I learned how to play one last season just so I could be able to say I played it before, but I feel like you don't really see a lot of pres evokers out in the wild. So what Cyber mentioned about this dungeon in particular, I think a lot of groups tend to just see that first pull, which, as he said, is pretty much the whole dungeon. It says there are 4 bosses, but we'll see. I often see people try to pull 3 muscles with the first pull of the dungeon, and I think that pull requires a lot of coordination, a lot of kicks, a lot of stops, and as a Rester Druid main, I'm curious to see how a Preservoker handles the damage that goes out, especially if casts are miss or people take damage they weren't supposed to. Like, how are they going to respond to damage like that while AoE is also going off?
I'll be curious to see that as well. But Sai, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna like jump on that point, Lara, and just say, what do you think? Not to put you on the spot, because I know preservation is maybe not your area of expertise, but it's absolutely not my area of expertise. That's for sure. I've never even touched the thing. But what do you think is like been preventing it from maybe reaching into the meta? Because we know with like a healing meta, you're only bringing one per key. At least with DPS, you've got a couple options where there's a bit more room to cram it with some different DPS options. But healers, normally it seems to be like there is a best one, and then people just lock it in. Even if the second best healing spec is like 1% DPS or HPS worse, whatever it may be, people won't play it. So what do you think it is about Preservoka that is maybe not so desirable this season?
Yeah, because you think it's a great point because you think back to, I started doing hierarchies in season 3 of Dragonflight, and I think at the time, Resto Druid was really popular and Mistweaver was really popular. And since then, season 4 of Dragonflight, season 1 of The War Within, I feel like Preservation Evoker wasn't as played as much as those ones, even when you see those seasons where there are a couple of healers kind of up there in popularity. So I don't know if it's just a matter of, the seasons where we need a verse buff from Druid, and that's why, it's part of the reason why you're bringing a Resto Druid, or if it's Disc, for example, just because of, at least right now, how strong the shields are. And when you're bringing a balanced druid, so you still get that verse buff. So I don't know if it's a matter of just balancing those buffs in the group in terms of the composition. I've always kind of wondered, for me, the reason why I don't really care to play Preservation as much is it has to do with their what would you call it? The range, their healing range. I believe it's 30 yards, which is a little bit shorter than the other healers. You have to have dungeons or pulls where people are grouped up, and there are certain fights that just aren't really, you're spread out, or people have to move or kite or do whatever. And so when there are big AoE moments like that, if people aren't stacked together, I could see a healer class that really relies on people stacking up together struggling at a lot of those higher keys, like the 18 that I just saw the timer just started. They're about to start this key.
Yes.
I think it's gonna be a 19.
Oh, this is a 19.
Yeah, do you want to jump into the first poll, Kara? Do you want to see how we go?
Let's see how we go. I'll be very curious. Okay, we're making a big poll. Looks like almost the entire room.
It's definitely 3 muscles, so we'll see if they've got a skull marker down, so they at least have a prior target.
The AMZ goes down.
Yeah, so they're popping some group defensive so far.
I like
they're getting the
use
dispels
of
as well.
Like the use of Slappy Hands to start this key, giving it a good send off as it is going away very soon, much to everyone's regret.
The thing about this poll that I noticed, because I've spent, especially the last week and a half, I've spent many, many hours in Brazil trying to get this on an 18. I noticed that you kind of need to use your cooldowns in the group. So for Resto Druid, that maybe you open with Convoke, and then you saw the DK, the AMZ, or the shield from them, and then you kind of just go off from there. But in this comp, I guess you'd have Zephyr from the Prez. But you also have a Warlock, Rogue, and then is that Feral? It is Feral.
Yes.
It is Feral.
So you don't have as much, you don't have a Maid, you don't have Mass Barrier, things like that. You don't have Darkness from a VDH. So they're going to have to be a little bit creative, I think, about the cooldowns they do have for the group.
Looking at the cooldowns, it looks like they did expend Zephyr on the first pull, but they still have Stasis saved for the next.
Yeah, a nice thing on the note of like group defensive and stuff. Luckily, they are running a Blood Decay, which is just going to be able to take care of its own healing and like just survivability. So at least the Prez can focus more on the rest of the group. Warlocks are generally pretty tanky. Feral is really tanky if it's in bear form, which oftentimes means it can't DPS, but at least it lives. Rogue, I think, is like just hit or miss. They either live everything or they just fall over, and it's hard to understand why. I think at times they just run out of things and then they just go splat. But so far, this is like a really good start to the key. I mean, this is a 19 Cinderbrew. We baited you, chat. We thought it was going to be an 18. This will be a really high off-meta key. This is pushing at like the forefront of some of the highest keys in the world. The highest keys are like 21s. I think people are trying to start to get into the 22s and stuff. Maybe we even had a 22 times recently. I'd have to double check that. But 19 really isn't too far off. And this is a very strange comp, which is part of the event. And so it will be really cool to show during, like, that's the whole point of this event, right? To hype up some of these players, to get these people on screen and show that, hey, you don't need to just stick to the same 5 things every single time,
I think it comes down to, also the skill of the player and honestly the love of the class. If you really enjoy, say, Feral Druid, you're going to make it work in any sort of key. We're seeing a lot of really good interrupts, both from Hellbind and also it looks like from the Rogue. Really keeping on top of making sure no one is getting extended dots or any of the interrupts going off. But we're into the first boss now. Personally, I hate this boss. I agree with Sai. I think this boss is the beginning and the end of the dungeon. Many of my groups don't go much past him.
I think the hardest part for me with this boss is actually the debuffs that go out, the 2 dots, because those tick for a lot. And if, coming from a Resto Druid, I mean, you have healing over time abilities, but if you have a dot at a high enough key, if each tick is just hurting too much, you're eventually you're going to get to a point where your HOTS are just not going to keep up with that. So I think with a Preservation Evoker, though, because you have things like you have rescue, right? So you could rescue one of them. If one of them pops a defensive, then they can kind of handle it on their own a little bit and maybe just rely on just healing, the just regular natural healing that you would normally do to them anyway. So I think actually a Preservation Evoker, it looks pretty good on this fight.
Yeah, it does look like he's really handling this quite well. I saw the stasis go out for the last set of dots, and it looks like we've pretty quickly handled the intermission and we're into the next phase.
Yeah, the hardest part of that for the Prez, I think, will be when everybody spreads out to deal with the drink serving, right? Everybody's got to play waiter for a little bit. And that's going to be where everyone's spread. The range is going to be a problem. But you have Raw from Hellblind here, which is going to be really helpful and get everybody just like to get through that intermission as quickly as possible. And then they just pull on extra trash. This is a perfect like masterclass in how to be doing this key for efficiency for time. A 19 is no joke, so like they really have to pull out all the stops to potentially time this. But in terms of their damage, I mean, they're doing really well. You can see in the bottom right hand corner of your screen, maybe a bit there, chat, where you can see the DPS. I think my big fat head is blocking it, so I'm sorry about that, but I am looking rather cute today. Thank you, chat. Appreciate that. But the overall, I mean, they're pumping the feral. So kitty count on the details, but Hellblind and then Looney, they're doing like over 8 million overall right now. So it's pretty big numbers. Even the Rogues doing well. They're playing sub Rogue as well because a couple of Rogue specs are really good this season. Assassination Rogue and Outlaw, both really solid. So they're doing enough damage to time the key. It's just can they live everything?
You made a good point too about it being a 19. I know that Helpline plays on EU, I only play on NA. But for just to put that into comparison, right now, if I remember correctly, the last time I checked a couple days ago, title range, which is the 0.1% range of everyone who's doing keys, is 19s, 18s, and mostly 19s. I think at this point, it's over 3,700 score. So a 19, at least on NA, is title range. I know typically it tends to be a little bit higher on EU. So I don't know, Cyber, if you're aware of like what that range is right now. But I mean, like you said, the 19 is no joke. It is. There are not very many people even timing these keys.
Yeah, 19. Well, EU, we are known for being better, gamers than NA. It's just in our blood. Being from EU, we're just really good at gaming. So yeah, it's generally higher on EU. I think right now, I think last time I checked, which was a few days ago, it was like 3730 or so. So, but we know towards the end of the season it'll go up. But yeah, it's like 19s of every key pretty much. So this is like legit a title range level key. Yeah.
I want to point out what they're doing here, actually. What a lot of groups do after that boss, they have 3 minutes left on Hero. And if they want to do a giant pull right before the IPA boss, you would use Hero for that. But what a lot of groups do is they come into this hallway here. They don't intend on going to the Bank Busby boss, but they'll do this giant pull that you see right here. And then they'll go off in the opposite hallway towards IPA. And that way, by the time they do get to the IPA room where they can do a giant trash pull, they have Hero that's back up. So you spend a little bit of time clearing this trash and then kind of backtrack a little bit strategically to make sure that you have that Hero backup.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's very smart, actually. Just in my experience, tanks tend to lose most of their running defensives as you're moving between IPA and this hallway, and that pull can be really dangerous if your tank isn't prepared for it. I've seen quite a lot of tanks hit the floor right there on that pull. But Blood Decay is really showing off how self-sustaining it is here.
Yeah, normally in that pack you get the final sting, which it comes from those like smaller bees, and they'll final sting onto people and then put the dot. And generally tanks will like fall over from that, or if they don't get dispelled, I believe there's like a heavy dot that goes out as well. But as long as you're sort of cycling some disrupts or some stuns and that kind of stuff, then you can handle these packs. I was really curious if they were going to do anything different, take it any smaller pulls, or if they were going to have to adapt their route because they are playing more off meta. But so far, this is like pretty much exactly how you would pull in this sort of key, even if you're on a meta comp. So far, so good. I mean, their kicks are good. Like, they've got enough interrupts available. They've only got like one range plus healer. Like we say, Blood Decay can just handle themselves. I'm looking at the cooldown usage of like defensives and stuff, and people are pressing things, which is it, Lara, you play healer, you said?
I do.
Yeah, so how often do you see people in your group press their defensives? I bet it's normally pretty low.
It depends. So I guess it depends on how, if you're pugging, I've noticed that it depends on people's, how comfortable they are in a key level. I think you get to a certain key level or a certain range, which I guess typically, let's say if 19 is title range, might be maybe 14s to 17, somewhere in there. It depends on how experienced people are. If they have, tried these keys for, if they get a result key or they're, pugging and they see it over and over and over again, you kind of get a good idea about, okay, which trash pull is going to hurt the most, which one has the AoE. If it's something like Priory, like the first pull of Priory is another dungeon, another pull that I think kind of depletes keys very easily. And a lot of that has to do with personal responsibility. It has to do also with knowing if abilities are being cast on you. I think the biggest thing I see as a healer, because my eyes are just trained on my party frames, is I know when one or two abilities are targeting somebody, and I know if they have a defensive, or, if they do have something to use, I'm more likely to shift my focus to somebody else, because as a healer, I'm expecting my teammates to go, oh, I'm being casted on by two different abilities. I need to pop something. I need to bark skin, or if I'm a mage, maybe I need to pop barrier. And then I can shift my focus to maybe somebody who doesn't have a defensive. But I think that's where you run into some issues sometimes, where people might not notice that something is being cast on them, or maybe they have a stop that's available to use, Dragon's Breath or something, or a Typhoon, and they don't use it. That is where you run into a lot of problems. And I think that just comes with experience, both in the key level, knowing how much something's going to hurt you, and also just with the class in general. I think Kara had mentioned earlier that, especially with Break the Meta, where we're talking about specs that are not quite as popular, obviously, as like a meta comp or, a meta spec that you might see a lot. But this season, I've noticed in particular that there are a lot of keys being timed, a lot of high keys especially, that, don't necessarily have a VDH, or they don't have an Unholy DK, or, etc. Balanced druid, let's say. I do see some rogues, I do see some shamans in there, or some ret paladins. Obviously not as much as meta, but I think what it comes down to, and what we're seeing in this key, is that people, when you have that experience level with a specific spec, you know that inside and out, hopefully. And so when it comes to those moments where you mentioned, using defensives, and especially as a healer, and watching out for your group in that sense, if somebody is on a spec that they're comfortable with, they've played it for X amount of years or X amount of seasons, I think you're more likely to possibly see success when you have that level of comfortability, when you've seen the keys a lot, when you know what to use, when you know that this pull right here, that they popped hero, for example, they know this is going to hurt. They know that they need to prio some of these targets and get it down.
Yeah, absolutely. And they just managed to nail talk a couple bits about this, and I can jump on some of what you said, but they managed to do the skip, which is the pull away of the patrol. People really don't like doing those hobgoblins, so you avoid those, and they managed to do it. That's another critical point in this dungeon where your key can just be over because that gets messed up. Really nice bear from Hellblind. They got targeted by a couple things there, including the charge, and did well to move out and dodge that. But yeah, they blasted this hero pull, and now they're chaining onto some more things. But sorry, go ahead.
No, I think that was a great example of what the question you just asked me, what I was talking about, where Helpline just now, he had a goblin targeting him, fixated, which means it's going to basically charge through him. When that hits the wall, it does AoE damage. At the same time, as that
Ooh, there it
damage
is
went off,
on the
he had a
button.
debuff.
You called it.
Yep,
It does
yep.
AoE damage.
Yep. And if you're not in a bear form, if you're not, maybe you don't have it, maybe you don't, it's just, there's so much awareness at this key level.
Agreed.
For the
And
most part.
I definitely understand why you would want to skip the hobgoblins. I mostly pug, so I see this pull go wrong all the time. And it really is about positioning the hobgoblins as a healer, making sure you're ready for that AoE damage to come out. But as a DPS as well, making sure you understand what can I do to make my healer's job a little bit easier, because there's a lot that goes on in this pull as a healer. There's a lot of different plates to juggle. And as we see, it looks like they have wiped. It looks like might be deliberating if they're going to keep going.
I think at that point the timer will be done, so they probably will go out and reset. But that's you were both talking about it. That's a really scary pull. That pull, there's so much to track. It's one of those things you see top players do it, and you think, oh, like that looks, they make it look easy, and then you do it yourself, and holy moly, it's there's multiple casts you have to worry about. There's barrels that spawn intermittently, there's the charge that goes off, there's blobs which then get summoned and can go and hit people if the tank doesn't pick them up, there's the brew under your feet that you need to move out of. There's just so much to coordinate. It is really it's quite a handful of a pull. And now we're going to move into another handful of a pull here. This is the first pull of priority, which you're talking about as well.
I was just talking about this.
What was it, Kara? Sorry.
Oh, it was Lyria who was talking about it, but I have plenty of experience with this pull as well. I feel like this is really kind of the first defining moment of the key. Can the tank round everything up in time? Can your healer handle all of these spikes of damage coming out? We are in a 15 now.
So it looks like so I can't read this language, but I'm wondering if usually you don't want to pull a knight with this pack with Suleiman. And part of that is because when depending on this pull, there's an ability where you have to stop casting, otherwise you're interrupted, you take damage. But Suleiman also does AoE damage. And so at least with a Resto Druid, or if you're playing a Druid, which they actually do have a Resto Druid here, sometimes you need to bear form to live something, especially, at a high key. Ooh. Sometimes that just happens. It looks like they might not have had drums or hero for that. You definitely want to use hero or lust. I say hero.
They don't have a lust class with them.
No lust class.
So you'd have to use drums, which is fine.
And I don't think anybody people probably, I do that all the time though. I forget, or like it's your responsibility to buy the drums this week, and you just forget, and you turn up to the event with no drums, and not a good time. And that's what we saw there.
Yeah, Priory is just, again, it's one of those dungeons this season that, and we'll see it again next season as well, that is part of the dungeon pool for season 3. That first area that's rough. And there are a couple of different ways to pull it. It looks like we are going into a floodgate.
Oh, this is a 14 floodgate, it looks like.
This pull can be a little spicy because you see the divers there. There is a giant red bomb that you can kind of see off to the left there. The divers will harpoon people into them. And so if the tank isn't kind of kiting the mobs away from those bombs that are dropped, if you miss an interrupt and the diver ends up pulling you in, you hit one of those bombs and you are probably dead.
You are
so
gone.
This can be a little spicy. Yeah, you are gone.
Yeah, and we will be able to see if an interrupt gets missed or not, because luckily Bluesly has every single detail option available on the left side of their screen. They even have avoidable damage taken. That's a snitch move right there. I don't like that one. That's I feel like I'd be called out if I was in any groups with them. But yeah, they got their interrupts listed and everything. Another double Druid comp as well. We just saw a Guardian Resto comp. Now we're seeing it again. So a lot of people opting for the Druids. And they're doing all right now. It's like Guardian's pretty strong. We got Mage as well, and the Fire Mage, which generally is strong a lot of seasons. Not as strong at the moment as Arcane, just because of its like very specific damage profile. But yeah, they're doing well. Sorry, go ahead, Kara.
I am excited to see the Windwalker. I'm a big Windwalker fan. I would say I'm an amateur enthusiast of Windwalker. So it always pleases me to see Windwalker done well. I think they can bring a lot to a key, but we more often see, the Mistweaver, sometimes even the Brewmaster, depending on the season. But I'm a big fan of Mistweaver or Windwalker, but I'm really enjoying his bouncing crits here on the screen. Every time he crits, it looks like he has an announcement of what skill crits and for how much. I don't know how he can see anything on the screen.
Well, he's not looking at anything else on the UI because his target frame is covered by the key information. The buffs are covered as well. This is the most insane UI I've ever seen, and I play default Blizzard UI, so this is cursed, and I love it, Bluesley. This is absolutely the worst UI I've ever seen. So you win that award. I don't know, production. Do we have like a prize for worst UI, or is that gonna? Can we arrange something for that one maybe? Send a personalized photo. I'm getting told by production we'll send a personalized photo of me? They don't want that.
Specifically, yo.
They don't want that. I can tell you that. They can have a picture of my UI, I suppose. But yeah, no, I'm a big Windwalker enthusiast as well. I play it as an alt spec, and it's really, really, really fun this season. They made some changes to it going into this expansion where they got rid of the hit combo, so you don't have to constantly be changing targets. So that has been altered, and it seems way more enjoyable to play right now. I don't know if have you been playing it much this season?
This season, no, but I play pretty frequently with a Windwalker in my group, so I get the full Windwalker experience.
The yapping and the yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we're really seeing the damage here from the Warlock as well as the Windwalker, really showing off, Windwalker AoE here, just taking down these divers and the kelp pretty quickly.
I'm excited for this group because you probably I'm going to talk about the healer for a second, and I'm a little biased because I do play a Resto Druid, but I think this dungeon, when it first came out, I was a little intimidated by this. Well, actually, it looks like they're heading upstairs by Swamp Face, but I think a Resto Druid is actually really nice in this dungeon, especially for Swamp Face. They do a really great job with throughput healing, and especially with all the movement that goes on that fight. Especially the last boss of this dungeon as well. I think Resto Druid is great for that. So I don't think, in terms of healing, in terms of throughput, I don't think they'll have a problem, at least with that in this 14. This fight here, though, this also requires a little bit of personal responsibility because of the bombs that get put out and the healer having to dispel people. So you need to wait for them to be in position like this. But if you're not in position, that dot, that debuff that people have hurts a lot. It looks like they are all getting in position, though, to kite the boss through these bombs, make sure that they clear all of them.
Yeah, I find this boss so awkward because you have to try and move out. You get targeted, and you have to try and move out, but at the same time, the rocket goblin just covers the ground, and you can't. You have to sort of pre-move, and yeah, I find it so awkward to do. But generally, I mean, they're not having any problems here. They're handling everything. Everyone's alive, which is looking good. They're getting their explosive gels dispelled nicely and conveniently, and doing it real solid. They even, in the build up to this boss, they did a really nice. Oh, as I'm saying that, Alana goes down there.
Oof.
But do they have a res available? I'm just looking
They
at the
do.
UI. They do. They do. Okay, so that'll be them getting back up. But now they might have a bomb explode unless they can get the dispel. Yeah, they're good. So they opted for a Warlock skip, a gateway, which meant that they could avoid that nasty pack of trash down there. And it looked like they opted for some more things near Swamp Face in the meantime. So they're good on trash here. They had that little skip, which was nice to see. I don't know if you're playing with any Warlocks, but you absolutely can, and you can bring them here. And very, very good class to have in Floodgate, I think.
Yeah,
Warlock skips, I
especially
think.
for. Oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, especially to skip that pack down the stairs. That's another pack I feel like, kind of in the pug scene where it's really easy for that pack to go very south very quickly. There's the rotating. Oh my the things that come up out of the ground that you have to dodge, the shredders. There's the cones, and you have 2 of the cones, and it's so easy to pull those extra packs off to the side as well. It can go really dangerous really quickly, and then it strictly becomes, how strong is your healer and how capable are they of recovering? Do they even have cooldowns at that point in time? It can be very, very dangerous.
Yeah,
I
when
was
you
gonna
get the
say I
double
was
dynamite throw as well, that really, if you get one person targeted by both, they can just fall over even at the ski level. So it's gets pretty nasty. But go ahead, there, Larry.
No, I always feel spoiled when I have a warlock in the group because of all the skips and things that they can do. Dark Flame Cleft is another one where when you're heading up to Candle King, a lot of people what they started doing, there's a giant pack. Hopefully we see a Dark Flame today, but there's a giant pack of trash right before Candle King, and a lot of people just skip that because it's kind of a time sink. It just takes a while to kill. And if you have a warlock in the group, they can just gate all the way up to the boss, and you could just immediately skip that instead of having to, what a lot of people end up doing is they climb the cliff along the side of the boss, and you have to, it's more like a jumping game. But with a warlock gates, I always feel so spoiled with them.
I do too. I feel very luxurious as the person who is always the last one up the jumping puzzle up the cliff. I'm always very happy when we bring a warlock into our group.
Yeah, and this comp, they're running double healer. So they're going to be a little bit lighter on interrupts here, I guess, in general. But they're doing well. This is a dungeon that does need a few kicks. A lot of stops. You can see some knocks here. So these RPGs don't get cast. Nice Typhoon Vortex there from one of the druids. And they can do that twice, actually, because they got a double druid comp. I actually think this season there's been pretty decent balance. I know some people might not like me saying that, but this season has felt similar to Dragonflight Season 1, where you can kind of just play anything and everything feels decently strong right now. There's a lot of specs that feel capable of doing a lot of damage, a lot of specs that bring decent utility. It actually feels like a decently well-balanced season.
I agree. I'm a traditionally off meta healer and DPS, so it has been nice. I haven't felt like, I've really been too hampered by my choice of healer this season. And I am really enjoying, speaking of healing, I'm really enjoying this healer. I'm seeing them go in and out of melee a lot. I've seen the cat form come out. On the last boss, they were moving in to help do some cleave damage. And then right before the lines came out with the charges for the bombs, they would move out to pre-position. Just some really nice positioning from this healer. I'm really enjoying their gameplay a lot.
That's the really nice thing about Resto Druid is, you can put up your dots, you can put up, your bleeds, and then if you need to shift back out of cat form, if you need to heal for something, you can. But all of that damage adds up, and at least personally, I've had a few. I want to say 16s, maybe even 17s, where those keys where it comes down to the last few seconds in the timer. And if you think like, yes, there were probably some areas where you could have improved. It's not just all on the healer, but if the healer had done 0 damage, all of those little things add up. So it's a really good thing that if you see them, coming in and out of melee and hopefully putting up some bleeds.
Agreed. I think especially as you get into 14s and above, healer damage does, provide a pretty good buffer of, everything helps get down faster. It is really important for healers to start doing damage, thinking about, how can I contribute in ways other than healing? Because, as you get to these higher keys, sometimes healing just becomes, either you live or you're one shot. And so it becomes about what else you can bring to the key. Speaking of, we're seeing the first intermission here on Big Mama.
Oh, they're going to try something here. Do you know about this tech here, Cara?
I do not. Please.
Oh,
Go
okay.
ahead.
So yeah, really sorry to interrupt you. This is just some pretty cool tech that I wanted to highlight for chat. So you can see these markers on the wall here, and they haven't been able to do it perfectly. They were a bit slow to adjust. But if you have everybody stack up on those markers, it baits all of the mecha drones on top, like pixel stacked of the marker, and then they never do, like their sort of charge line that they do. They just never do it. So you can just have everything stacked up, never lose any downtime, and just cleave everything down. However, because of their slower movement getting there, they didn't spawn perfectly, and so they got charged. And now you see a couple of deaths on the board, and they're going to reset the boss and potentially the key. But yeah, sorry to like cut you off. I just really wanted to highlight that for chat.
No, you're fine. I've actually not seen that before, so that was really interesting. I'm gonna have to make my group try that when we are doing keys tonight. Looks like
Yeah, excellent. Well, that's an unfortunate one. We haven't seen a successful key today. We've seen 3 garages, no key completion. That's how it is this season. It's keys aren't easy. You know, that's this new scaling system which Blizzard's gone for. These keys are not easy, and these groups are playing well as well. Like we've had some good performances, but this is just a challenging level of key.
I just want to interject for just a second. It looks like this is a 14 workshop. I love this healer UI, by the way. This looks like it's a holy priest. I really like their party frames. Obviously they're the highlight of the UI, right? But as a healer, that's kind of what you want to see. But everything is pretty clear, and that's exactly what you want as a healer. You want to know what abilities you have on the group members, in your team. If what hots they have, externals, defensives, etc. This is really nice to look at.
it is. I'm like, maybe I should take some tips from this priest. My UI could use some work. I really enjoy the use of the details classic skins to make it match the rest of the default UI as well. I think that's really nice. We are seeing Cujo. I think this fight as a healer, I feel like outside of the nasty dot you have to very quickly dispel. I enjoy this fight. It feels like the relaxing part of workshop for me, but not for everybody else, because everybody else has to deal with line of sight issues.
Yeah, I've got actually PTSD from this boss. Me and my team, we've been practicing this on a +20 and like +19 and stuff. And as Feral, you just get one shot here if you're not in bear form. So you have to time every bear form perfectly for the dispel. And it's like a rhythm game. I'm not equipped for it. I'm too old. So this boss for me is a bit of a pain point, and I'm almost on the brink of tears here watching it. But I do like the UI. The UI of Paravel is bringing it back for me. I agree with you guys. Base default Blizzard UI, and then I actually like those vertical like cooldown trackers. And I'm really looking forward to Blizzard when they bring in their in-house like tracking of everything and sort of all their combat add-ons that they're going to make in-house. I'm really excited to see what they're going to do. I don't know. Do you both use a lot of add-ons and weak auras and customizations and stuff? Or are you pretty base?
So I'm a Cell user. I love Cell. But other than that, pretty much default UI with some weak auras. I really pared down this expansion. I tried to go much more minimalist. I used a big UI, as many bells and whistles as I could put on the screen. But I've also gotten old. So I have tried to minimalize my UI to make sure I really understand what's going on. And I did just want to highlight, it looks like Paravel, our holy priest we're watching, is playing Archon and not Oracle. I feel like lately I've seen most holy priests migrate towards Oracle because it's a much quicker gameplay style. It's all about getting your premonitions out, getting prayer mending out and bouncing on the party. Not that Archon is necessarily bad, but it's a lot more burst healing as opposed to sort of sustained quick healing. And there's a lot more casting of flash heal with Archon than there is with Oracle. So I just think it's really interesting he's chosen to play Archon. It's definitely my preferred spec, so I'm very excited to see it in action and quite successfully.
Yeah, it's making me want to play. It's making me want to play Holy Priest. I've played before Mythic Plus. I was primarily a cutting edge raider, and I still am. But so I've only ever played it in a Mythic raid setting. I haven't really played it in Mythic Plus, but watching this really makes me want to try it in keys. I played a little bit of Disc, obviously, because Disc is meta. It's very popular this season. But now, I'm like, well, my priest has gear. All I have to do is just switch specs, and that's the thing I love about the Break the Meta event is that you see these specs in action that I think again have not been quite as popular, at least in the season so far, and it gives you a chance to see them and go, oh, I haven't thought about that spec in a while, or I didn't even think about playing that. It kind of almost renews these specs in a way, or at least maybe people's perception rather, kind of maybe hopefully renews that perception a little bit, and kind of shows people, yeah, this is how fun it can be. This is rotation. That's the vibes I'm getting right now watching this stream.
Agreed. I think a lot of priests too, especially this season, have felt, oh, I have to go discipline, right, to be competitive. But that's not true. I mean, we're seeing right here a very successful holy priest, um, clearly having no problem with any of this damage, doing a decent amount of damage themselves. And that is one good thing about, holy priest. It does bring a pretty good chunk of damage, and if played well, it can even, I mean, be competitive with or even be better than discipline's damage, which is kind of a fun little part of the spec. And I just feel like, a lot of people fall into the trap of, well, I have to play the best healer. But if you really love Holy Priest, you can make it work very easily.
I think you make a good point.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I agree. I think a lot of time when people and I think World of Warcraft is definitely one of those games that has become more like meta game focused. It's become more of seasonal content with like seasonal PvP, seasonal raid tiers, seasonal like Mythic Plus, where people are like, right, what is the flavor this month? What am I playing? And they treat it very much like a MOBA or something like that, where there's like a best champ, right? But in WoW, just because something is off meta doesn't mean it's bad. And I think this is a big, and we can thank RaiderIO for really pushing for these kinds of events exactly for this reason, so that people in game can have better opportunities getting invited on these other specs, because people can start to realize, hey, actually, Holy Priest isn't just, in the gutter. Actually, it's pretty good, and it might be better in some areas than this meta spec, but maybe the meta spec just is like more of the complete package, and I'm very much somebody who is always pushing for like, hey, you don't need to always optimize everything to the nth degree. You can play these other things, and they're actually pretty strong. And sometimes more, like we were saying about Warlock in Floodgate. Like I love a Warlock in Floodgate because it can trivialize a lot of those issue pulls. So yeah, absolutely. Wanted to echo that.
Yeah, you made a great point. It was the point that I was going to make too, was that Kara had made a comment about how, when people they feel like they have to play, when we're talking about priest right now in season 2, many people are playing disc priest as healers right now, especially in those higher keys, and they feel like they have to because that's considered meta or the flavor of the month, or whatever you want to call it. But you make a good point that you don't have to play whatever that meta spec is in that season. And I think a lot of people, the comment I see consistently, I think, is that people, a lot of people express that they feel like they have to play a certain spec in order to get invited to keys. And while I understand that can be, there is some truth to that, when you're sitting in Dornogal for queuing up for key in the queue simulator, right? Key after key after key, and you decline delist, like, trust me, I get that, I've seen it. It makes sense that, you wanna play the flavor of the month or the meta or whatever, but I also try to tell people that you can play whatever spec you want to, and you're gonna make it happen. We saw that in the 19 Cinder Brew the first key of the day that we saw, that was a completely, non-meta group, and they yes, they, ended up wiping right before the IPA, but a lot of those pulls in that dungeon are very difficult. And I think if you're just playing a spec that you are comfortable with and that you're happy with, as long as you find a group of people who are also willing to, learn a route or learn how to do a pull that doesn't require a meta comp, comps are in different specs are capable of doing it. It's just learning how to do it slightly differently.
Agreed. And I definitely have been that person who played holy for raid this tier and went, now I have to switch to discipline. But holy is perfectly capable of doing these keys. A lot of specs, especially like we see here. Oh, it looks like we had a little mishap with the rotating saws. And somebody has gone down, but looks like they're getting them back up. But like we see here with mage, frost and fire are both doing fairly well right now. We bring arcane for a specific sort of damage profile that they can bring to a key and do very well at. But both frost and fire are super competitive. And in fact, fire was primarily played for most of the season. So, it's sort of about community perception, but, I have played keys as holy and been just fine. And everyone, when you pug, it's true. Thurnigal sitting is not very fun, but I would rather sit and play a spec that I enjoy than get invited to a key and play a spec that I hate and possibly do very poorly at.
I always try and tell people that. People say like, "Oh man, do I have to play X?" And I go, "Well, I mean, you can, but then are you gonna enjoy logging? Like, are you gonna feel motivated to come home from work like on a Thursday night and load up some keys on something you don't want to play?" But it's definitely it's hard, right? It's hard because at the end of the day, you just want to play the game, and it can be difficult to get into some content. But again, yeah, thank you to Break the Meta and for all these people for coming out and actually giving it a go. And I think season upon season of this event, more and more people are getting involved. Like we've had back to back keys here just available of groups going for it. And the really cool thing that I think is you only need to do a +10. You need to do 2 +10s to be eligible for some of the rewards chat. So if you do want to jump on, you don't even need to be with an organized group, by the way. You can just like join LFG. And if you type in BTM or like maybe break the meta or something, you'll see people listing keys specifically for this event. So go try some out. You see time 2 +10s, but people are trying to do 14s, 19s, 15s. Like people are trying to push. So clearly there's this competitive angle that people are going for, and then not just like, oh, okay, I'll grin and bear. I'll just play this spec that's not very good or not very fun or whatever. People are like, no, this is good. This is fun. We're going to push like this. So I think it's a really fun time. And you actually see some really high-end players sometimes get involved with this event and try and break the meta. So yeah, thank you to the players as well.
Yeah. I mean, nice to see everybody pushing. I mean, there is game time on the line for the best of each spec in each region. So I'm really hoping, I assume some people are going for their game time, their 60 days of game time for being the best at their spec. But looks like, okay, no, they were waiting on their tank. I was like, everyone's standing, but the tank must have taken the transport last.
The scenic route, I think. I think they were just they have so much time left on the timer. They were like, hey, I'm gonna take this in. So soak it in as potentially the first key timed on stream today, which would be a fantastic achievement. And we're looking forward to seeing it. They've just got to. I'm wondering if they're going to go for the skip here. Their trash count makes me think that they can skip some of these last packs, but they don't. They have Priest, Mind, Soothe, so they can skip the gnomes. But the last pack, maybe they're going to try like a tank pull away or something like that. Well, what's the prediction? Do you guys want to predict what we're going to see?
I wonder if just for the sake of timing it, I have seen some groups, they just press W and especially if there's time like remaining on the timer and they know that they just have to play it safe. I could see them pulling it, but you're right. I mean, if they don't need the percent, they do technically have the spec. They have a priest. They have the tech to be able to skip it if they want to.
Right. I think they're going to go for a skip. This looks like a very confident group. I don't
They've
know.
Got to kill a little something, so
yeah,
we'll consider that.
If they
maybe
pull the top group, they should have enough. But yep. Oh, here we go.
There
Here's
it
the
is.
skip.
There's the Mind Soothe.
And a roar to get them through.
Beautiful. Yeah, this goes wrong all the time. I've seen. I mean, I've been a part of and seen so many groups. You get here, you go through the whole key, and then this is the final boss. Like this, getting past this pack, and I agree. Like just killing it is so much. I'd rather just kill it because wasting half an hour getting to this point only to wipe on the pack is so frustrating. It's so demotivating as well. Even with resilient, like that's the thing with the resilient keys this season is it's great to have them, but it hasn't removed that devastating feeling when you deplete a key that didn't need to deplete because you're trying to do some MDI TGP tech that just isn't needed. So, but they've done it well here. They've done it well, and then they're going to kill this last pack, and they should be okay.
I believe they are just fine.
I'm glad to see some survival as well this key, because survival is a really fun hunter spec right now. They've made a lot of changes, and there are still some maybe like trouble points on some of its rotation and procs and things, but in general, it's massively improved, I think, from some previous iterations, and it's really cool. Chat, if you've been thinking about playing some Survival Hunter, they play Pack Leader right now, so you summon, if you know Rexar, they summon the boar and they summon the bear. I mean, not actually like Misha and I don't know, nobody knows the name of the flipping griffin or what, a wyvern or whoever it is, but you summon all the beasts and stuff, and it's really, really cool. So yeah, survival is a really, really fun one. I just wanted to add that before we finish this key off. But sorry there, Laura.
No, so survival is fun. I used to main a hunter back in the day, up until VFA, and I played it for 6 or 7 years, and I loved the ranged survival spec. And then in Legion, they turned it into a melee spec, and out of I don't know, I guess I was being difficult, and I was saying I miss the range. I'm not going to play this, but anyway, I finally learned how to play it last season in the War Within, and it is so much fun. I don't know. I imagine it's probably changed a bit since Legion, but it really is a fun hunter spec. It's one of those rotations where it's just the rotation itself is fun. You want to press the buttons, you want to go into a pack, you want to do damage. So I was really excited to see that it's an eligible break the meta spec this season.
Yeah, it's I think, let me actually double check before I say this. Is it the only hunter spec available? Yes, looks like it. So it's the only hunter spec available. But it's really fun. It's if people played it in season 3, it was very just like season 3 of Shadowlands, it was just bomb, bomb, kill command, bomb, bomb, bomb. And it was a bit like too easy, a little bit too simplistic. They made it now so that your mongoose bite lasts a really long time. Depending on the beast that you summon, like if you summon the boar, it will start cleaving. So you can actually cleave off with the high stacks of mongoose bite, which is really cool. You are still bombing. You've got explosive shot. You've got low CDs as well, like low cooldown timers. And it feels really good. I think the really cool thing with survival is because Hunter has a lot of good utility, but normally when you're playing a range hunter, you kind of just AFK 40 yards, just like shooting, and it doesn't really feel as like high APM, high mobility, and high action. But when you play survival, there's a lot of really fun stuff where you're harpooning to mobs, dropping a trap here, doing a knockback, and it just feels really engaging and really active. And if you like that kind of spec, I would absolutely recommend survival for you, chat.
I feel like with this glowing recommendation, I'm going to have to level a hunter. Hunter is the one class I have like never touched, so now I feel like I'm going to have to.
It's really fun. I'd give it a shot. It's a little bit like, it's kind of like Enhance if Enhance wasn't as refined. Like you get some awkward procs sometimes where you want to bomb and you want to kill command and you want an explosive shot, and you're like a bit like, I can't do it all. But when you sort of get a little bit past that, it is really cool and really visually very exciting.
By the way, this fight is going really smoothly. When we first entered the fight, I was thinking, well, I've seen things go south very quickly on this fight. You either get hit by one of these electric, I'm just going to call them a bomb. When they're moving, so it's very easy to, you're just maybe tunnel vision, or you don't, so this is going very smoothly though. I would hate to give them the caster curse, but I am just going to go ahead and say that it's going very smoothly. The big boss right here is about to die. The little boss is about to come down. This was a really smooth key.
Yeah, and I think especially in the second part of the final fight, we really no.
There it is. That was my fault. Just blame me.
Oh. But we really saw some really good Holy Priest gameplay here. Holy Priest obviously not known for being incredibly movement friendly. I would say a lot of people consider Holy Priest to be movement unfriendly. But as we saw the Halo go off. Archon Halo is incredibly powerful. It casts, I think, 6 times with your full hero set. So, really relying on Halos to grant instant procs of your heals so that you can move around and dodge the bombs and really keep yourself mobile while still also providing heavy healing. And I think that, Paravel just did a great job healing that final boss. But we are moving now to a Motherload.
18?
Motherload.
Love Motherload.
18 Motherload.
Yeah, 18 Motherload here. I know this group. I know these guys. Well, I know Seal Dancer, who's the Holy Paladin. So Seal, I mean, I've known the dude for many years now. So nice to see Seal in the competition. He did tell me he was going to be joining as well, so that's pretty cool. So yeah, we got some Holy Paladin in the mix, which I've played with a little bit this season, and it's actually pretty good. I feel pretty comfortable with the Holy Paladin, but I've not seen. I've seen 2 this whole season.
Yeah,
Which is
I
a
just started
shame.
playing mine actually. I decided, why not? Why not have multiple healer alts to play with? Mine, I'm sure, is much different than Seal Dancer though because it's only 630. Much different. But yeah, it's real. It's a lot of fun. I think Paladin in general too brings so much utility in keys, whether you're bringing a Ret or a Holy Paladin or a Prot Paladin. Like I think having a Paladin in your Mythic Plus group in general, it doesn't matter if whatever spec it is, even if it's not meta, it doesn't matter. I think the utility is so important, and you can make it work.
Yeah, I mean, I play Paladin. I play Holy Paladin, so always excited to see Holy Paladin on the screen. I have been told by production that we have Seal Dancer's UI if we wish to judge more healer UIs. I'm always happy to take a look at.
I would love to.
Let's go. Let's see this UI.
The thing about healer UIs is that they're so obvious, and it is a user interface, right? Everyone's going to be a little bit different, but I'm going to pass this off to Cybear because you were the one who started rating the UI. So if you could just take it away.
Your critique.
Okay. I mean, I like the party frames. A little bit of clipping of the defensives on the boss here. We're gonna have a chat about that after Seal. Actually, no, sorry, no, that's not clipping of the. No, that's me. That's my mistake. Sorry, Seal. I'm calling you out there. That's not true. No, in general, that's it looks like a pretty classic WoW UI, to be honest with you. This seems like the default player UI, not like default Blizzard UI, but for anybody, it's like my first LVUI pack sort of thing. You got the cooldown, everything in the middle of the screen, health frames in the middle, everything nicely condensed. Yeah, not bad. I know Seal is a real solid player, so they're making it work for him. Mm-hmm.
The UI works for them. Yeah. You know what I really appreciate is the minimalistic look of the dungeon information. It's in the top right corner, sort of underneath the map. It says Motherload 18, and then it gives you the timer. I like how minimalistic that looks. It's small. It gives you the information you need. It gives you the timer, the death count, etc. Sometimes you see those weak auras. Yeah, there's a couple of different options. There's a weak aura that I often see that a lot of people use, and it's actually it's a little bit too much for me. Whenever I look at, I can always identify what it is. I'm sure you guys know what I'm talking about. I use something called Warp Deplete, which again has a minimalistic look, but I think this one here that they're using is much simpler even than the one that I use.
Eventually, it's going to become so minimalistic. It's just eventually going to just have the word deplete, and it's either red or green text, and it's like. That'll be it. You just don't know until the end, and then it'll tell you if you've won or not. But speaking of winning or losing, this key is showing up we got a couple little deaths here and there. They're definitely pushing the limits. They've now got double extractor here, so they're really pushing for it with this team. What's that timer looking like? They've been in it for is that 9 minutes remaining?
I think they have 22 minutes remaining.
Oh yeah, 9 minutes remaining.
Sorry, that was 9 minutes left on the 2 chest. I can't math. I can't read. But,
I was about to say this is one of those dungeons that has kind of a flexible timer. So even with at the time when you first started mentioning, it's going a little bit south, they were up to 5 deaths, and I want to say when I timed this on an 18, we had something similar to that. I think when you start to get towards 10 at this key level, that's when by the time you all run back, re-pull, whatever pack that was, I don't think you have enough time on the timer. But Motherload is one of those dungeons where even if you have 3, 4, 5, maybe even 6 deaths, as long as you play clean throughout the rest of the, from where you have the hiccup to the end of the dungeon, you can kind of pull through and still time it.
That is such a classic. Like that, I love that. Like, okay, guys, we've had 15 deaths in the first 5 minutes of this key, but as long as the next 25 minutes are clean, then we're good. And then it's like you immediately wipe the next pull. You're like,
You
okay, never mind. We did not play clean for the
immediately-
next 25 minutes.
Immediately wipe the next pull. I feel like that pull in particular, especially with pugs, has a good chance of going south just because you can accidentally pull the double extractor. And then if people aren't prepared, the AoE damage from the extractors can just really ramp up very quickly. And it looked like Seal was prepared. I'm not sure if the rest of the group was prepared. I saw the wings go out. I saw the Herald tethers go out. But it looked like everybody was maybe just down a defensive from the prolonged pull, and everything kind of went south at once. But we are going to a 14 floodgate. Looks like
I think
we
we've
are
seen this
watching.
group.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we have. Oh, this is the same group. Yes, this is the same Resto Druid that we were previously looking at.
Yep, we got Blues Lee. Remember, we saw Blues UI. I think we had their Windwalker
Yes.
POV before in Vathy's. But yeah, so I think is it Dicek as well. Yeah, full same group. So they are clearly continuing on from their last attempt.
It's good to
This is
see
my
them
fav-
come back. I'm excited for them.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, what would you call it? Yeah, I guess persistence, I guess. They want to get through. They want to time it.
What do you both think about the resilient key introduction this season? The fact that people can just go again, because I personally love it. I don't really see any downsides with it, unless you really, I think, cherry pick. I love it. You can just go again. You don't need to all just split up and leave. You don't have to spend time doing a key you don't want to do so much. What do you think about it?
I agree. I love it. I know that it's kind of, I have seen some people who don't like it. I'm going to compare it to, because again, my history in this game has been primarily cutting edge raiding. And when you think, and obviously Mythic Plus and raiding are two different forms of PvE content, right? But if you think about it, with Mythic raiding, you get to, let's say Mugsy, right? The second to last boss, the penultimate boss of the tier, and you wipe, right? That's natural progression. You pull, you test something, you wipe, and people learn as you go. With keys, though, what we've seen up until this season is let's say Cinder Brew, for example, because that's, again, that was the first dungeon we saw today. That first pull, that the triple muscles, that's a pull you have to prog. That is the pull, at least on my Resto Druid. Like I said, I know that when I go in, I pop Convoke. If I have a VDH, I call for their Darkness. If there's a DK, I call for AMZ. I call for Shield. So you kind of cycle through and you learn, okay, this is our comp. What do we have? And it's similar progging that it is for raiding. You have to learn a lot of those pulls. The pull before IPA, where you pop hero, you giant massive pull. You have to prog that. People have to know when to use their defensives and kind of practice. Okay, oh, this is what the damage looks like. And so I think with resilient keys, it's allowed Mythic Plus players to be able to prog these keys at whatever key level range that might be, whether it's a 10 or a 14 in this case, or like the 19 Cinderbrew we saw earlier. And it allows you to prog it just like you would in a raid. And I think that is a fair system to have in World of Warcraft.
I agree with that. I also think it adds sort of a level of security. I think we all have had in previous seasons, that one bad day with your group where nothing gets timed and you just watch the key go down and down and down. And having that resilient level to say, oh, well, even if we do very poorly today, our key can't go below this. So we're not stuck with a 10, a 9. I've had truly terrible days where it's gone all the way back down to single digits and no one seems to be able to time a key. I think that really helps with the security of like, we can try it again at a level that's not terribly far below what we're trying to push, and easily get it back up. I think it negates some of that homework feeling. Obviously there's always keys you don't want to do or don't have to do, but it kind of negates, the true bad luck of a very bad day with your group. And I also have enjoyed them for getting alts ready to go, going to friends and being like, oh, can we use your resilient 12s? Can we use 13s?
That is so cheeky.
I am the, everybody messages me, can we use your 12s? Can we use your 13s?
Like
I
just
miss
borrowing
you
a
all.
cup of sugar from the neighbor, like, can I borrow
Can
that
I just borrow
resilient
that
15
key?
really quick? You
Yeah.
don't mind, do you? I'm
I just have
620
to
item
gear this
level.
new character. I'm only
Yeah.
645, but I'm sure it's going to be fine.
It'll be fine. It's resilient. Like, as if it's not putting them. It's resilient. Come on. Why are you being, why aren't you doing it with me?
You need your keys for your vault. It'll go fine. It'll go fine.
We'll time it.
Yeah.
It'll up your key. You're welcome. I'm doing you a favor. May as well get some work out of this 14. Yeah, that's really funny. I really like as well what you say, Laria, where you're like, it is true. You are progging the key, and the way you play a dungeon on a +7 is radically different from how you might play it on a +19. So, you can say, oh, well, you can practice these keys as you go up the levels, but it's not really like that because things start to kill. You get to a certain key level here in Floodgate, and a double easy throw dynamite kills you, but on earlier levels, it doesn't. And you need to learn these points where that starts to happen and understand how you have to play very differently as you go up the key ladder, especially when you're playing with pugs as well, right? We've all been there where you go into a pool, there's a slight miscommunication, and then the key's over in the first 10 seconds, and you know that you're all capable of timing the key. So if you could just go again, then you know that you can actually time it. So yeah, it's just one of those things.
For example, I was in a priory. I had my last 17 for 17 Brazil. It was a priory yesterday, and we pugged a random Vengeance Demon Hunter. And what a lot of Vengeance Demon Hunters do, especially in priory, there's a skip in Cinderbrew as well. They'll sigil a pack, and then they'll go first, get threat on them, and then everybody else cuts past the pack, and then they shadow meld it. And that is how you skip a lot of packs. And the Vengeance Demon Hunter that we had never done that before. They didn't know what that was. They didn't know that they had to meld after sigilling something. And so we pull this giant pull in Priory, right? The very first pull. And Suleiman comes out, and then the pack that we sigiled all of a sudden it starts running in from the distance. It was this hilarious moment where you're like, oh no, this catastrophic thing is about to happen. And normally we ended up wiping. And normally without the resilient system, that would just be key. That would be, and that is just one little mistake. That's something that they didn't know. They didn't know how to do that. Just because they haven't done it before, doesn't mean that they need to practice that. And I think in the system we had before, without resilient, it kind of wasn't, even if you wiped, you weren't able to go back in and do the exact same pull all over again, because let's say you kill a couple of those mobs. Now you're not facing the same damage that you're trying to prog. If you're a healer and you're trying to figure out, okay, can I save Convoke? Can I use it offensively? Maybe contribute a little bit of damage. You're not really progging the exact same pull once you start killing things off. So with the resilient system, what you're able to do in that case where the VDH didn't shadow meld it, we just ran out, we reset the key, we went back in, exact same pull all over again, but this time we did it correctly. And that really is what allows you to prog it, and that's just one example. That's just one key.
Yes, and progging we have on screen here with a couple of deaths on this diver / kelp mob pull. We didn't get any battle reses out. Vati's the last DPS remaining. Can they live? We are out of stops, but maybe they can carry it on.
2 DPS remaining. We've got our mage is still remaining. It looks like Cauterize pop though. We're trying so hard to keep this pull alive.
I'm looking at the frames on the left, and obviously the mage isn't included. I'm looking at a 4-man party right now. Silly me, but yeah, you're absolutely right. There's still the mage going. They've got a couple more.
Typhoon.
The
stops they
Druid
can
is
do.
back.
The ring comes in from Blues. There we go, Blues lead. Okay, they've recovered this. They still have 13 minutes on the timer, and they're in a good spot. Something that's been nice from this group is we saw this key earlier. I think it was the second or third key of the day, and they wiped on Mother. This time they've gone and done Mother first, and I think committed a Bloodlust there, and then they've gone and done the Demolition Duo. So that just seemed to be better for them. We saw them wipe on a slight miscommunication or a slight timing issue on a Mother cheese, but they've handled it. They've come back this time, and they're good. So we'll see how they go on Swamp Face, but this is a really nice example of, as we're saying about resilient keys, they're capable of timing this key. We'll see. But they've gone back, they've changed a couple things, and now they're rocking. So yeah, good for them.
really nice survivability by their bear druid as well, keeping that pull going, and the mage too. Disick, I think is his name. I think it's really good. We're really showing off how strong and survivable mage can be by a good player. I think we've all had those mages in keys where they seem to fall over, but mage, when played properly, very tanky, really survivable. And of course, bear has great self-sustain. So they were really able to keep that pull going. And we're going into swamp face. I love this fight as a healer. I don't know how you feel about it, Laria, but I feel like it's such a good skill expression for a healer. And I just feel really cool when I am able to successfully heal it.
I was not a big fan when week 1 when this dungeon came out, when healers could get the vines.
Yeah.
I hated this dungeon. I was not a fan. I was quite vocal about it. I tried to give constructive feedback. I was not a fan. And then they made the change and they got rid of, healers cannot be targeted with the vines. And what that mechanic is, you're basically tethered to another player. And if you go too far away from that player, it snaps you back to them. And so during that phase, when you see a lot of those water waves going throughout, like you're about to see right here, if you get snapped back to your partner and you get kind of like going through one of those, you're taking damage when there's already damage that's going out in this phase. And so for a healer, what a lot of healers have to do is sit and cast. And while Restorateur does have a lot of instant, you have instant life bloom, rejuve, etc., you still have to cast wild growth. You still have to cast regrowth. And so it made it really tricky. But I'm much more of a fan now than I was before.
Yes, I will say before they made the change, it was very funny. Discipline priests, obviously, you know how they have the notorious uppies. Z-axis did not prevent you from getting snapped back to your friends. So you basically could not use ultimate penitence at all. You would go up into the air, ultimate penitence would happen, your friend would move half a step to the right, and you'd get just smacked back to the ground. So I'm really happy they changed that. That was very surprising to find out in the first set of keys for this season, but they're handling this really well. We're really seeing, I think, some really strong play here from their druid. And no one's been swept away yet. I don't want to curse them. So they're doing good. They're doing good. Almost dead.
Everyone played really well to stay within Alana, the rest of Druid's F-flow there. So they were all just sitting right on the edge of that every time, but doing very well not to move out of it during the periods of high damage taken. Now, this is the key deplete point, right? The bosses don't, most of these dungeons this season, the bosses don't even matter. It's just, can you do that one cheesy skip correctly? But they have gateway, so I think they can do a gateway skip here with Raw. Yeah, we're gonna see this. So this is before the mob spawns bubbles, and they can just completely.
Gosh.
So this is why you bring a warlock to Floodgate. Look how beautiful it is.
Wow.
No meld needed.
Oh,
that was
I'm now
flawless.
hiring warlocks to follow me around to every Floodgate key.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was beautiful to watch. I didn't even know you could do that.
You know how people are doing resi and they're asking for tips to time their key? You're going to be tipping a warlock to come to your key. That's that's how it'll go for Floodgate, because such a nice little skip there. We do have a death, but they handle it. I think they commit a battle res there, which is a little bit costly. I'm seeing if I can find a battle res counter maybe somewhere on screen in this UI, but regardless, they're past most of the most difficult parts of this dungeon, I would say. They just have a couple more, maybe one more pull that they could potentially wipe on, and then they're looking good. But they've come back into this key redemption arc, looking really solid.
Yeah, I agree. This is looking really good. It looks like they have under 10 minutes left, 8 minutes left.
Yeah, 8 minutes, plenty should be plenty of time.
Yeah, fine.
Couple of pulls.
We've cursed them now, so I'm so sorry to this.
And we know that caster curse is real. You saw that earlier. I said that small mini boss is coming down at the end of workshop, and then the warrior died. That was my bad.
Nah, I see that. I see 5 minutes into the future. This key is timed. I believe. I believe in these players. I believe in these players. I'll cast a curse. I'll risk it. I'll put my reputation on the line. Really nice pulls. Really, we haven't seen anybody really opt for anything crazy different in terms of routing. again, apart from obviously using the Warlock here for gateway skips, in terms of actual pull sizes and stuff, it seems like pretty consistent with what you would expect from these meta comps. Something that's really nice that we get from Ken Rar here is the Guardian Druid is Guardian can go so big on pulls. It's just if the rest of the group can live, but I actually think Guardian is sort of undervalued in the game right now. I've been pugging so much with Vengeance Demon Hunters and they just fall over, but everybody seems to just brush it off and accept. Like, how many keys have you both done this season where the Vengeance dies and everyone just doesn't even say anything because it's just so expected, it's anticipated? Another gateway skip here, by the way. This is going to be beautiful. The pull away gateway skip. You're bringing a Warlock to your Floodgate chat. You are.
We're bringing a Warlock to the next one. I'm now recruiting a Warlock to follow me around.
Yeah, Vathy is MVP of this key. They've done every single skip, nailed every single one. Combine that with the Raw.
So
they do have to sacrifice the Guardian here, but that's okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. I was wondering how they were going to do that, if they were going to sacrifice him. Looks like they did. Drop some health stones, and we're on to the final boss.
No problem. They got five-ish minutes here to deal with this, dispatch of this boss. There's a little bit of... This boss is generally not too tricky. I think on higher key level, the scaling of this turbocharge is pretty hefty. And like you were saying, Laria, earlier, if people aren't cycling their defensives well when they get the Giga Zaps, for example, here, then you're really going to struggle as a healer. But if people handle their own business, then you should be good. Really nice blink out here from Dasik. They are going to cleave a little bit, but whatever. They don't care. That's fine. They got enough.
Yeah, I think the Giga Zap is the hardest to heal for this fight as a Resto Druid. Just again because of the nature of Resto Druid, it's healing over time abilities, and the higher up you get in the key level, when you have dots like that, each tick is obviously going to start hurting more and more. And you just get to a point where you need damage mitigation. You need people to be using defensives, or you need to be throwing an Iron Bark on somebody who doesn't have anything, just to kind of help with that damage.
Yeah, you can see it. You see Blues and Vathy just ticking down there from that damage incoming. And then your reward for surviving the Giga Zap is just another turbocharge. So does this boss like to heal? Does it feel like just from the minute go, it's just like full on, or do you get a bit of a reprieve and maybe some of it's not so bad?
I think some of it's, I mean, like this right here is not too bad. Yeah. And I think even the AoE, as long as the Resto Druid ramps ahead of time, it's totally fine. You know, the HOTS will kind of just, you know, you throw what I call, you throw trees at people. You know, toss a tree at somebody. It might hurt a little bit, but it does some healing. And they're generally pretty fine, but it's all about ramping as Resto Druid. It's the same with Disc Priest. You know, they're both proactive healers.
Yeah, and for the less proactive healers, I think it's similar as long as you have something planned, right? You know, from a Holy Paladin experience, you know, maybe I want to save Divine Toll for the Giga Zap upcoming. Maybe I hold it just a little bit longer rather than using it right off the rip when it comes off of cooldown. Just making sure you have a healing plan in place for, you know, what's coming next, what's coming after it. And it really helps that this is kind of a methodical boss. You don't have to guess, right? That there's no surprises as to what's going
very
to come
scripted.
Next. Yeah. Which is great because it allows you as the healer to be like, okay, I have committed, you know, for example, I've committed wings, but next up I have a Giga Zap. So for the next one, I'm going to need to commit this. I'm going to need to commit Bubble Sack. I'm going to need to do this. So really thinking ahead for every healer, even the ones that aren't ramp healers, can be very useful here. And we're seeing some, you know, just really good play. And I do want to commend this mage on being very thoughtful about standing in the F-low. I feel like whenever I play Druid, my range try to run as far away from the F-low as possible. So I just want to shout out these DPS for being very thoughtful of their healer.
It was really funny though with Dasik because they went and dropped their Giga Zap on, like they put it on as many puddles as they physically could. I don't know if they know that you shouldn't do it, but like it looked like they were beelining for him. They were blinking on top of him. It was pretty funny. But yeah, good job, Team Giga Gateway, for timing our second key of the day, 14 Floodgate. And chat, there is no rest. You cannot go anywhere because we're straight into the next one. And I've already spotted another Feral Druid. This is what? Wait, what? Hold on. Can we look at this composition? Look, we got Feral Outlaw Brew. Okay, cool. We're building this really nice physical comp here. This is great.
Feral
Fantastic.
Outlaw Brew, Holy Paladin.
Mage? Just a
And
mage in there and then a holy paladin? What happened there? I guess they needed a bloodlust, but yeah, this is a
cross
part
mage.
physical, part magic comp, and a little. This is taking spin to the next level here on this brew there. Yeah, interesting comp.
Oh, this is a 16 rookery.
And
Hopefully
they
my
just did.
couch-
They did something interesting where you'll see sometimes, especially in like higher keys, you'll start to pull in some packs of trash, which is doable, but it does require a bit of coordination. You have to make sure that you are getting kicks on some of the mobs because you're dealing with damage from the boss, right? In addition to some of these mobs, and again, at a 16, that's going to kill somebody if something goes off.
Yeah, this is a highly coordinated group. I think if they're able to do this, this is something. This is very impressive to do on a 16 to be pulling this trash as well. You don't see many groups able to do that this late into the boss as well. It means they must have probably done a couple trash pulls into the boss. So very, very impressive from the group.
I don't know if I've ever seen the boss in this corner before.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I think the boss just jumped to the corner. I'm not sure what the benefit. Well, I guess you would have a very clear and defined set of AoEs here.
Yeah, what is I want to is it trying to think
What is
what
the
else
boss doing?
Maybe does the boss just not jump if it's in the corner? Surely that's not a thing, right?
Well, they're not getting the AoE.
Is it? I've never seen
circles.
this.
I think they've broken the boss.
Is it
Production's gonna get us banned. Production, you're gonna get us banned. I can't be banned. My account, all my
we broke
mounts
the
I've
boss.
collected. Oh,
All the
no,
transmogs?
production,
Are
what
you a
have done
transmog
to us?
collector?
No,
Oh.
I've just been playing this game way too long, you know.
I'm a transmog collector, specifically on Priest.
Well, hey, that is something I've never seen before. That was
Wow, yeah.
that was interesting. I don't know. I mean, obviously it's not an exploit, but that's interesting. I have not seen that. Maybe they're doing that in all high keys or something. I don't know, but this is like this is a gamer group right here. This is a big gamer group that we're looking at. We're
I
witnessing
also
big
have
things.
never seen that before. Very interesting. Oh, I see we are going for the poll.
Oh, did they pull? They pulled some mobs in that first area. Okay, I was about to say this next hallway is it hurts. It's a particularly spicy couple pulls here. This one here. I don't know if I've seen groups pull some of the mobs in this first area very often. I have seen it before. I think there are a couple different ways that you can pull this dungeon. You can be a little bit creative, especially depending on the comp. And as we know with Break the Meta, we are seeing some non-meta groups. Obviously, every spec that is in the group is a non-meta spec. So sometimes you have to get a little bit creative. I'm not sure why they're opting for this one. Maybe they're looking for a slightly smaller pull right before the second boss. That could be the case, but this next hallway has a lot of opportunities to LOS a lot of the mechanics, a lot of the leaps, the dot, etc. But it can also go south very quickly if people are not using. Oh, it looks like they are skipping.
Yeah,
Yes, nice little melt
Here we
skip.
go.
Okay,
Mhm.
and that's why it's helpful to have a rogue in the group.
I always like a good rogue. Good rogues are like good mages. In the right hands, I feel like they can be so excellent. We're seeing great damage from the outlaw rogue here as well. And the feral druid. Always have to shout out a feral druid.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I needed that today. Thank you.
You are welcome.
I am just looking a little bit at this comp at these players that we've got on screen here. So Unconstrained the Mage is a 3.6k IO mage. They did just time a DFC 16. They two chested it with this exact same group. I'm checking out. Yeah, okay. So the is that the monk? Yeah, the monk is like a 3.5k player. So like this is they're doing some really impressive things.
And this is a big pull. This is a big pull right here. Oh, we
This is
see
a big
that
nasty pull.
they had one death. They got the mage back up.
And I know
You know,
you
I
were
can't-
just looking at this group. Is the brewmaster a brewmaster main, or is this an off spec?
I think it looks like it. Yeah, I think they have maybe even 2 monks that. Oh wait, alt. Oh, hold on. I'll take a look. I'll report back.
Okay.
The mage has gone down again.
Oof.
That could make this a little tricky with interrupts. It looks like the healer is still alive, which is good. I'm trying to think of this pull as from a like a melee healer perspective.
It's
Because
difficult.
Ooh.
It's difficult.
I can imagine you can see the giant AoE circles that are on the ground having to, but as a holy paladin, you have to be hitting mobs in order to generate holy power. So you have to be in melee.
Right. And I have found, I think this is, Holy Paladins doing really well this season. We've seen several Holy Paladins pushing those top end keys. But the more melee you have in the group, the more difficult it really becomes to play Holy Paladin, just because of things like this, where we see, DPS and healers get targeted with the reticles that have to be taken out of the group. And the further away you have to go from the group, the less healing you're doing, because you're not generating as much holy power, because you're not hitting the mobs. But I think they handled that pretty well, all things considered. I'm not sure what happened to the mage, but it looks like they've recovered and they're straight into the next boss. And
This pull might be a little tricky. You can see I can't read the language that's on the screen, but the 2 mobs that they pulled off to the side, they're usually sleeping off in the corners. They leap on players, and so with the debuff that goes out on this fight that kind of hops around to different players, the bait that the boss does, that giant AoE when he lands, there might be some overlaps that they're going to have to watch their defensives a little bit, or health pots, etc., things like that, until these 2 mobs are dead. You can see the mage got particularly low there, the feral druid as well, who's back up.
Yeah, this boss is a really big coordination check in making sure that you're passing this dot to the right players every time and cycling around to different people. Generally, the tank can try and take it more often than not, but you still have to cycle it around. It's hard with these ads as well. This group is doing some really gamer pulls and stuff here. This is like what you would expect from the 19s, the 20s, stuff like that, and higher. So they're doing some really gamer stuff. And I'm looking at some of the players. They're like 3K, 3.3, anywhere from like 3.3 to 3.5K IO players and stuff. So they're doing some pretty nice things. Like this chat has been I'm very impressed with a lot of the like pulls and stuff that we've seen today.
Same. I am particularly excited about how they're handling this dot so far. I feel like the more melee you get in the fight with, as Larius, you said, the overlaps that can happen, you can have those really bad moments where every melee runs out on top of one another, and suddenly, your holy paladin gets the dot a second time, doesn't have bubble, and goes down immediately. It can be very dangerous. Not speaking from experience or anything, but it can be very dangerous, and I think they're handling everything really well. They're placing these AoEs in really good spots so far. So I have high hopes for them. I'm not going to curse them, but I'm cheering for them.
Something
Yeah.
else that I want to point out that is different with a non-meta comp versus like a break the meta comp with non-meta specs is that a lot of people play with an unholy DK, and a lot of groups bring a DK to this dungeon for this fight specifically because they are able to. I believe it's every other debuff that that goes out. They basically just get rid of it. It gets passed to them, and then it just goes away. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head what ability that is exactly.
AMS.
AMS. So they AMS
Mhm.
it. And then that way you don't even have to coordinate passing it off to different people. It almost trivializes it, or at least significantly trivializes it. Because again, you basically can do that every other debuff that goes out. But with this group, and that's what I mentioned earlier, was sometimes depending on the comp and the specs that you have, you might have to, if you're running with a DK usually, and now all of a sudden you're not, you might have to approach that fight a little bit differently than you normally would. I see that a lot with healers as well. Like I know we've been seeing a lot of Resto Druids today as one of the eligible break the meta specs, and a lot of people I've played with just pugging as a Resto Druid, they're used to playing with Disc Priest, and so when damage goes out, they're like, oh, I'm expecting a shield because that's basically like a defensive. It's going to be my health bar or 1.5 of my health bar, and protect me from whatever is coming up. But I've noticed that a lot of people have to adapt a little bit if you are used to running with a specific spec.
Agreed.
Yeah. Mhm. Sorry,
As
go
a
ahead,
holy
Connor.
paladin, we see it too. It's the what? Actually, wait, hold on. What's going on here?
This is just a little parasol jump angle. So if you jump at that
Oh.
angle, you didn't even need to use parasol.
just
But if you
jumped.
jump at that angle, you can land on this ledge more quickly. Did you know about the parasol skip? Maybe I could explain that a bit for chat.
Yeah,
if,
go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. So there's a toy you can buy. It was on the trading post a couple months ago, but you can just buy a toy on the auction house. So you can see everyone slowly getting here. And, one player missed. So depending on who, okay, it's the feral. They're actually going to be okay. They have stealth and they can just work around, and they're going to lose their damage a little bit, which is a bit rough because they've only got 12 minutes on the timer. But this is doable. They just have to be very careful that feral because there is a true sight mob over there, which will see them if they're stealthing. Basically, you can get this parasol. You use this
Looks like
item.
he was seen.
Yeah, was seen, but they can kill this and then they can res and it should be okay. So not a perfectly done skip. But yeah, you use this parasol, it then slows your falling speed, and then you can move around and you can aim for this ledge and skip a lot of the previous trash. So it means that you can pull more things upstairs and then be quicker once you get downstairs here. So that's sort of like the premise of the skip. But we saw the Brewmaster here not even need to do the parasol. I'm wondering how they lived it though. I don't know what they specifically used, but they didn't take any fall damage. So that was really interesting.
Yeah, I'm curious about that as well. I have definitely seen people do the parasol skip, but I don't know what special thing the brewmaster is doing to not take any fall damage. But that would be very nice to know.
Yeah, production saying lighter than air. Is there like a Zen meditation thing or something? There's like a Zen thing, Zen cloud. It's something like that. But potentially one of those things. But regardless, they've gotten through that. They got the feral back in action. I think the feral just sort of like failed the like run around skip thing, but then tried it a second time and they nailed it. So now we're gonna get the group pulling this second to last pack, which will then summon the boss, and then they have to do the final trash pack. So we'll see if they like organize their kill order here, their priority, and if they try and delay the summoning of the boss maybe a little bit. But their time is looking really good. They've got 10 minutes. So as long as they play clean for the next 10 minutes, it should be timed. So really, really good stuff from this team, though. They've been doing a lot of damage, if you can see the DPS meter chat.
Yeah. And we are seeing, and that is one thing I always love a good Holy Paladin. That is one thing about Holy Paladin. They bring a great amount of damage passively. It's part of their rotation. It's part of how they heal. So it can be really nice for seeing, 700K. I even saw like 1.5 million in one of the big pulls. So, they can bring an immense amount of damage on top of their healing profile. It's just, you have the melee debuff, right? Like we were speaking of earlier, how difficult it is to stay in melee on some of these pulls, especially in Rookery. But they're handling this really well. I think these pulls are going very well.
Yeah, they're looking nice and clean. I was looking as well. The feral is 3.6k IO as well. So this is a solid solid little group. And I believe they're from Taiwan as well. I don't know if all 5 players are, or definitely a couple of them are. So shout out to them getting some keys in from Asia, which is nice. Cool to see. This is a worldwide event, chat. Everybody can get in.
Yeah, it is. It is really nice to see. I'm really excited that we're seeing not only NA and EU, but also our Taiwanese servers who are also eligible for Break the Meta. So if you are on that server, definitely feel free to jump in on the event.
Yeah. So
Cyber,
this
I'm wondering.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Well, I'm wondering, as a DPS player, and especially as a feral druid, if you could talk a little bit about again, not to put you on the spot, but just the DPS profile, I guess, in this comp, because this fight is all about, the boss's shield, you get the shield down, and then there's like a damage amp, and you have to basically put everything you have into the boss health. And so I guess it's defined by shield phases. So can you talk a little bit about that from a DPS perspective?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. So this group. So I'll talk generally about this group composition. So right now they're running, and then I can talk a bit more specifics about Feral. So they're running Outlaw, which doesn't really have great sort of like, I think it's not really great specific like prio target damage or anything like that. I don't know how great its cooldown windows are in terms of pure single target, but it just brings some really nice, just flat AoE. Just like it'll just AoE everything down really nicely. Feral does bring some really nice single target, but it's very much in its cooldown window. So you're a 2-minute class and you like pretty long cooldowns, but you do a lot of single target during that time frame. And then you have Frost Mage, which again, I don't know what Frost is particularly doing well this season. It's definitely not the most prio because it's Arcane. But their group comp right now I think is just really solid AoE. Feral does bring some good single target though. Depending on when the cooldowns lined up, I normally like to use my 2 minutes at the start of the boss, and then I should hopefully naturally get another set of cooldowns on like a non-shield, like on a damage increase phase. So it just depends on how this Feral's opted to do things. From the looks of it, they bursted on pull, and now they'll be pretty dry during this phase.
It looks like the boss's health is
minute.
still melting quite a bit, though, which is good to see.
Yeah,
It's
they're
like
all
46%.
doing some solid damage, like all doing like 3 million DPS
Yeah.
apiece, which is pretty good.
It looks like the rogue committed their cooldowns there. And I will say, as to Frost, good what it does, what it doesn't do. Frost is a really good all-rounder. It is not your best AoE mage spec. It's not your best prio spec, but it's really good, solid, like middle ground in terms of it's decent at single target, it's decent at AoE, and it can really fill either of those niches. Well, I would say like fire is, when you think of fire, you think of massive pulls, like big like spread of your ignites, and arcane obviously is your great prio damage, but frost is really kind of your middle spec. It can do both of them. And I think it's filling that niche here. We're seeing, frost mage is clearly right now topping the meters on this boss. And I think it's doing what it's made for, which is to be that kind of solid all-rounder in this group of really heavy AoE.
Mhm. Yeah, and the Feral just managed to get their second set of cooldowns right there during this phase, and they're like really spiking up on the meters right now. They're doing like 3.2 million on this boss. So Feral, yeah, this is what I would expect to see. I would expect to see Feral doing the most single target on this boss, but you just don't have something for every shield phase or every burst phase. Unfortunately, you sort of use on pull, and then like 2 minutes in, you can use on the next available like damage increased phase. So yeah, but we're decent with single target right now.
Looks like this is probably going to be a 3 shield fight. The boss is at 11%. Shield is almost broken, it looks like.
Yep.
They should be able to get that 11%. But that's why it's important. If you lose a DPS on this, when I timed this on a 17 the first time, we lost a DPS about halfway through the fight. And so you can just, those shield phases are just going to keep cycling, and eventually you're going to run out of time on the timer. But it looks like they did it.
It was a really nice, actually, the Brewmaster committed touch of death right there at the very end for pretty significant spike of damage right there at the end. So really nice play from the Brewmaster, recognizing they needed to commit for timer.
Yeah, and they gained some IOs. So they gained 38 score from that on Brew. So that wasn't just like that looked super natural for the group as well. But they also gained 40 points, which is like 2 or 3 key level increases on their previous best rookery. But that looked like it was easy for them. So really well done to the team. And so that's our highest key of the day with the 16 rookery. Now we've got a 15 priory, and we're straight into the action. Speaking of, Desmond goes down, but we have a battle res. No, it's a battle res. It doesn't matter. They're back up. It's fine. Another double druid combo. We've seen this a lot from groups today, where they're going Guardian and Resto.
This fight, just to comment a little bit about on what's going on. This fight, I think, like I've seen a lot of questions about people wondering, like, there's just a lot of damage on this fight. And I always consider this fight as like a dance. You see the circle that goes out. You see the 3 orbs that will eventually need to be soaked, which I believe you have about 30 seconds to soak that, by the way. It feels like an hour. You have quite a bit of time. But a lot of groups, what I see they do is they bait the giant circles on the ground. And the boss goes down, so they're all set. But I'm not sure what happened there when we cut here. We saw the healer go down, but it looks like they did that. But yeah, that fight is all about a dance and just making sure that you leave the AoE where it needs to be. You're soaking when you need to be. You're watching, everyone's health. This last hallway, though, with the paladins,
Oh,
can get
the
a little
paladins.
spicy. Depending on how many paladins you pull, the paladins do AoE, and so with a Resto Druid, again, you have healing over time abilities. But what happens when you pull 3-4 paladins together? Each one of those paladins is going to do AoE damage, and so even if you're proactive, you get all your ramp, you have all your hots out. It takes time for your abilities to heal over time, and so you really need people to be using defensives, watching their own health, possibly even using health stones, or in this case, they can use health stones because we have warlock in this group, or health pots. But they're gonna have to be careful, I think, when they get to the top of this next stairway. I think that's when things get they start to hurt a little bit more.
It does look like this tank has health potions on their Omni CD. I'm seeing the health potion indicator. So it looks like we still have some health potions we haven't yet committed. But we are going to do the line of sight strat here, pull them all back so people can let them go. But yeah, the paladins, I guess as a healer, I always know when that circle goes down for consecration, the next thing they cast is Sacred Toll. And you're really just prepping for, I think we have 2 paladins in this pull. So you're really prepping for those AoEs to go out one after the other. And as a DPS, just being very mindful of where am I? Am I line of sighting my healer on the stairs? That's a pretty common issue in pugs for sure. Have definitely had multiple range stand on the stairs away from my melee healer and wonder why they're not getting healed. Always very dangerous.
Yeah, that's a really big point. Yeah, if you're a DPS, don't LOS your healer on the stairs. In general, I tell my groups, please don't fight on the stairs, period. That's a bad option.
We can all stand together in melee. Some pulls as a range, you definitely don't want to be in melee, but on this pull, it's okay to be in melee, especially if you have a melee healer or, like a Resto Druid, where they're going to be going in, putting on those bleeds. They're going to want to be in melee, which means you two should want to be in melee and in their efflorescence.
I think we're living in a simulation or something. Like there's something off. I've watched all of these Resto Druid keys today, and every single player has had 100% F-flow uptime. Like I've never ever seen this before. I've played Resto before, and even I don't stand on my own F-flow. This is magical, and this pull is going to need a little bit of magic, a little bit of bloodlust, perhaps a little bit of heroism from Stefsi, because they're not going to opt for it, but I'd maybe consider it. This is a nasty pull. They've got a couple volleys which they've got to interrupt here. They can't just be disrupted. They've got a couple light spawns with the purification. They're going to target individual players and just rot them down. Desmond's doing a fantastic job here. Needs to get another F-flow up ASAP. And they're going to have footmen exploding as well when they die. You can just see the frame. If you just watch the party frames, you can just see people getting targeted with the light spawn purification. Tank's doing a really solid job here to pull the mobs out of the dying light spawn, which then erupts and will heal any remaining enemies that are inside of it. You can actually play some tech here. You could have either Desmond or Fury Kendall. Either of them could taunt the light spawn and then run away, and then that drags the light spawn out of the group and lets everybody just continue DPSing. There's a nice little touch if you're a class that has taunt, chat. You can opt for that, but that was very well handled, and they didn't even commit the bloodlust. So they've got 9 minutes now, 1 or 2 pulls left with bloodlust. You're probably going to see it on this next pull.
On the next one. I love that you mentioned F-flow earlier. I just want to mention something for people who maybe don't often play with Resto Druids, but F-flow is actually really important. The way that Resto Druid hots work is that the more hots you have on a target, the number of them, right? If you have a life bloom on somebody, that's 1. Regrowth would be a second hot. Rejuve would be a third, right? And then you add, if you're standing in F-flow, you're already getting the healing from F-flow. And if you take Spring Blossoms, it just adds another what you call a stack for mastery, so that it contributes as like another hot that you have on somebody. And so standing in FLO isn't just important for the sake of just, oh, it does healing to you. It counts as an additional hot in a way, which makes all of your other hots on that person heal for even more. And so if your healer is telling you, hey, please stand in the green, stand in FLO, that's a big reason why it is huge, especially if there's another talent they can take that makes your life bloom count for 3 counts of mastery. So it's just, if you see that green circle, that beautiful, nice green circle, please stand in it. You're going to make your Resto Druid very happy. They're going to need it on this next ball. I imagine they're taking this pack in the corner and probably pulling it in with the middle pack. Yeah, this is a mini boss here. Hopefully the Resto Druid ramped. We're going to see a lot of damage going out in a moment.
Yeah, this is, again, another really scary pull of the dungeon. You oftentimes commit I believe your 3rd bloodlust of the dungeon
It does
normally
look
goes
like
here.
they committed their 3rd bloodlust.
And the mini boss here, which you have to kill, you cannot skip it, otherwise it pulls onto the boss, which you don't want. This guy just pulses damage the whole time, and that coupled with these footmen, which when they die, they explode unless you stun them. If you stun them, then they can't blow. Like, I don't know how that works from like a physical level. I don't know. I'm not an Azeroth scientist, but they did stun those, it looked like, or the healer Desmond managed to top everybody up with no problems. But they dealt with those footmen. Now they've just got this mini boss, and they should be good. But yeah, the bloodlust just really helps the healer set up. It helps the rest of the group just blast everything down before this guy can become a problem. And even now, just on his own, you can see everyone getting absolutely chunked. But hard part over. One last pull of trash, and they got the boss. They might pull everything onto the boss, maybe as well. We do see that sometimes.
Like they're waiting for mana from the healer. Healer's drinking. They're good to go. They might pull in with the boss. You have to be careful because I believe it's the footmen that they do AoE damage when they die. So if this overlaps with an ability on the boss, because again the boss also does AoE. There's a lot of obviously the boss fight. There's damage that goes out as well. You just have to be careful about those overlaps, especially at a plus 15.
And something that's really funny about this boss. Sorry, I could be crazy. I was just typing a chat a little bit, naughty me. But you may have literally just spoken about this, so I apologize if you did. But this boss, you don't want to interrupt. Did you just talk about that?
No.
Okay, perfect. Okay, that's good then. Then forget I said anything. So this boss, you actually don't want to interrupt. It's really weird. It's like a bait by Blizzard that you have a boss that permanently casts, and it's actually bait to kick it. The reason being, the boss will do a couple of different casts. And if you kick the boss, then you can have this really nasty overlap, right? Where you have a couple heavy hitting abilities that go out all at the same time, and this blinding light, and people die. And if you don't kick the boss, then it will desync the sort of boss's internal like cast times, and it will spread everything out. So it's a lot nicer and easier to deal with from like a healing and defensive standpoint. So actually unequip your interrupt when you go and do this boss is my recommendation.
I did not know this, but this makes so much sense why sometimes this boss is very chill as a healer, and sometimes I'm on the edge of my seat, like pressing those key buttons as hard as possible. It does look like we had some deaths here. I saw, I think Desmond and Stepsy went down. They got Desmond back up.
They must be out of reses, yeah.
Yeah.
2 minutes on the res, but the timer is at 4 minutes, so they will struggle maybe with killing these, like kind of the ads kill themselves, right? But as long as they can CC them, if they have double Vortex, which they hopefully should do, I'm trying to think of what the Warlock and the Warrior can do. Do either of you know, like, what have they got that they can stop these with?
I'm not sure.
I'm looking at their Omni CD. I don't see much. At least if they're tracking.
Much.
Does Warlock do an AoE stun, I think? Yeah, Shockwave from the Warrior. Thank you, production. Yeah, there's the Shockwave
that actually dropping the Infernal does stun. So we saw the Infernal commit and saw the stun go out. I'm not Shadow Fury as well.
Yeah,
we do see a second wave of ads coming in though, which can happen if you take a little while to kill the the shield on the boss. But as you said, that Desmond needs to be careful though. They have they use renewal.
Oh no, Desmond goes down.
We're gonna keep playing.
Warlocks, luckily, they're kind of tanky. Hopefully Warlock can stay alive. The Guardian Druid I'm not too worried about, but they do have a res in a minute 30. They have 2.5 minutes left on the timer. If they can get the healer up, maybe?
If they just play clean from this point on, this key could be timeable. Yeah, this is looking very touch and go, touch all go. They can turn around there. The blinding light's too much. Belief didn't manage to heal themselves up enough before the big blinding light came through. So apparently warlocks are killable. Now the question is, chat, let's play a game. You got 1 minute 40 on the timer. Who do you res? Well, you got to wait a minute. You're going to have 40 seconds remaining when you get somebody up. It might just be a little bit, like the boss might just have a little bit too much health here for us to see a successful key in time. But if there's a chance, you got to bet. Who are you resing here? At this point, I don't really know.
I don't know.
Mage? Maybe? The
mage.
Yeah, maybe.
Fire? Or is that more
Because-
AoE damage?
He did die down the stairs. It looks like just from the UI, he might be out of range. Uh-oh. Nope, there we go.
That is a shame. That is a shame. That was hard for, I think, losing Stepsy early. There you go. That's why, chat, you never kick this boss. That is a top lesson. Never kick this boss. That is a sad one for them. 07's in chat. Absolutely.
We are moving from Priory back to Cinderbrew, which we started the day with. This is a 17 Cinderbrew. And of course, we have no class colors on this UI, but we are. Oh,
Do I see a hunter?
I've been informed that the names are the colors.
I do see a hunter.
I do just want to point out, production, this is strike 2. You've given us a balance druid. You put a balance druid in my
meta class.
How dare you show this owl on my screen? I am chat, how angry are we right now at that?
Take this owl away.
On a Saturday? This ruined my weekend. So we're gonna get a different. We're really sorry about that, chat. This will never happen again. We've already fired production. We've got a new one coming in. This won't happen again. We do apologize. Off meta Saturdays.
We love you, production.
Okay, this production. This druid's not balanced. Yeah, it better not be. It better not be, buddy.
This druid is not balanced, but I do believe we see our holy paladin from the mother load back. A seal dancer.
Oh, yeah.
They're back. Different key, but same team. No longer an 18 motherload. I wonder if they've had a couple. So it must have been a 17. Maybe they timed the 17 motherload and now they're in. Well, maybe they've just gone someone else's key, but they're in a 16 floodgate.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, really bad overlap on those.
Yeah. They were taking a bath, I think. They're in the tumble dryer, I think, at that point. The washing machine. They're getting bashed all around.
Pulling the crabs in. Yep. All right. So a little bit of trash in with the boss, probably to save a little bit of time. Boss is almost dead. The boss is at 14%.
Boss is almost,
Oh, some big slams here, though. Mark goes down. Who's the Seal Dancer? Will be the healer. Yep. So Seal, hold it together just a little bit. Boss is only at 10%. I don't think. Do they not have a battle res? I'm just looking at the UI. I would assume not.
I can't see a battle res, but my assumption is no.
5 minutes until the next res. Yeah. But boss is only at a couple percent. They do have these bombs. Seal goes down. Squeaky. If Squeaky can just survive here for 1%, boss is dead.
Yeah.
Okay, they can all now release, and they should res right here, so they should be okay.
Not the smoothest, but sometimes I really like those pulls where you think it's going to be a wipe, and then the tank or there's a DPS that's remaining, and then they finish off the boss.
Like we had a comment about defensive usage being bad on that pull from the healer. I definitely understand that pull can go south so quickly, especially if people aren't using defensives. But it looks like they've recovered. I think we're all back. I do enjoy a good bear tank. This, that's what I like about Break the Meta. Like I feel like I don't see that many bears, and then suddenly I'm seeing all these great bear tanks, and I'm like, maybe I should try a bear. Maybe I should be bear.
I do
I
want
think
to
you
point
said that
something.
about every spec today so far.
I
Anytime a spec
only
gets
play
mentioned, you
Holy
go,
Paladin and Holy
might play
Priest,
that.
so this is like, maybe I should try these classes. Maybe I
Yeah.
should diversify.
Yeah. Sorry, go on, Laria.
They only have 5 minutes left to get about 19% trash, and it looks like they're gonna skip bubbles, I think, because the group is off on the corner. They have under 5 minutes now to kill the last boss and get 19% trash. Just about 18.5%.
Yeah, 5 minutes is a
This is
bit
close.
tight, I think. The last boss is probably on this key level gonna take about 4 minutes. So I think this
Yeah.
is pretty much depleted, but maybe they're practicing and gonna go again, maybe at either Resi 16 or go on the 15 or something. Obviously, we've jumped into this key midway through because we were watching that Priory a second ago. So we haven't been able to see where maybe some issues have gone wrong. I'm just looking, so 10 deaths total, and they lost maybe 4 or 5 on the previous boss on Swamp Face. So maybe just a couple hiccups throughout the dungeon, but they're clinging on and they're giving it a good go.
This pull is actually going really smoothly, though. I think I see one electrician. Usually, I think you want to make sure that you're dispelling that. If you it basically puts a debuff on somebody, and if you don't dispel that as a healer, then it stuns that person. So you want to make sure that you are dispelling that. But this pull. I mean, we did have one death, but I mean they're getting it down pretty quickly. They're dodging the inspections from the inspectors. That dark purple cone that you see there in the back. Electrician is almost dead. And then I think it's just, I mean, it depends if they, percent-wise, they have either 1 or 2 more pulls, depending on if they skip the last 2 mobs.
No Warlock, though, right? Oh, wait, no, sorry, they do have a Warlock. Ignore me. I'm looking at incorrect colors. They do have a Warlock, so they can skip again. We might see that come up. But yeah, they're going to be just a bit tight on time here. They didn't wait to res. Maybe Seal held back out of combat and is going to res Grudy there. And that is going to keep DPSing. I think they're going for it. I think they're going to try and time it. I mean, if they have insane single target where they can kill this boss in like a minute, maybe it's possible. But I respect this hustle. I respect this bustle.
I also respect the hustle. I think sometimes you just have to go for it. And really just say, in healer and DPS we trust. We see the wings come out. It looks like we did commit full wings for this full from Seal Dancer to cover some of this heavy damage. And they're really just going for the full big pull.
Yeah, and they've not res Grudy actually, so I
Oh.
don't know. Maybe they had like a delivery or something, or they got to take the chicky nuggies out the oven. But they are not on their feet; they are laying down at the moment.
Floor POV sometimes is what we call that.
Yeah.
Yes, a little bit floor POV, a little bit rip right now. That is kind of the issue as well. Sometimes where you do these skips, right? And it's an interesting conversation where people do play a lot of these keys like the very top end players, and they do all these skips and they've practiced them 1,000 times and they're executing on them near perfectly more often than not. But when you're like either pugging or you're just not as well practiced with some of these things, sometimes these skips can be more of a burden than a boon. And you end up in these situations where people can't res. And if somebody dies and you don't have a battle res available, you just end up losing so much more time than you save had you not just like killed the mob and allowed for problems to occur. I don't know if you both like agree with me on that one, or if you think it's always, is it always worth going for the skip? Like, do you do a +10 or +5 or something and you go for the skip, or what do you think?
I'll just cut in to say it looks like they forgot that the Death Knight was on the ground. He said, forgot the DK. Sorry.
I did see the XD in chat after they realized.
But yeah, as I said previously, I mostly pug, and I do feel like sometimes these skips can really be a burden more than a boon. I think the big one that I think of is Workshop last set of trash. I've seen way too many pugs get there 25 minutes in, try the skip, fail the skip, and then we die. And sometimes if you have a lot of time and you've got that time to commit, it can be safer to just W key.
Yeah, can I jump on that note as well and say,
Yeah.
I think part of it is the evolution of Mythic Plus. We've seen a lot of changes, even just this expansion, right? We're only in our second season of this expansion. There's been such like sweeping change. We've gained this 15-second death timer from dungeons now, and I think definitely last season this was something that mentally people had to adjust to, where you have to get used to this 15-second death penalty. So actually just playing it simple, taking it slow is actually resulting in a faster dungeon, right? Because like you were just saying about Workshop last boss, you get there, or the last pack before the last boss, you get there with 25 minutes in the key. You got 8 minutes or so to time key. You got so much time, and then the key is just over because you've attempted a skip. A couple people have died. You've lost 15 seconds, and it's over. And had you just killed it, you would have had enough time to kill the boss and time the key. So I think this is still a symptom of people getting used to this 15-second death timer, and maybe not actually like respecting it enough. I was talking to the current like rank 1 feral doing 21 keys, and I was asking them like how they do some of their routes and stuff. And they say, oh, we have got a brewmaster tank. We just pull small and we just like take it slow and just annihilate every pack, you
Play
know? And
cleanly
sometimes that
and
yeah. There you go. And sometimes that can be a bit easier than trying to do this like MDI, like skip this, double jump over there, do this spin kick over here, and you end up just face planting more often than not. So yeah, sometimes slow is fast.
Agreed. And especially when you have people in your group who aren't in a voice chat or, aren't in your friend group. So you haven't talked about, "Oh, we're going to do XYZ skip. We're going to skip bubbles. We're going to have our tank meld bubbles." Trying to get 5 strangers to do the same skip can sometimes be very difficult. And I think, a lot of times, especially when you've got kind of those unknown elements in your group, you really need to be thinking about, is it just going to be simpler to just pull bubbles? It hurts. Like, don't get me wrong. I would vastly prefer to skip bubbles, but if the tank doesn't know how to do the skip or a DPS doesn't understand how to do the skip, it can be really, kind of better to just kind of grin and bear it. But looks like they are committed to finishing this key. They are over time now, but they are halfway through the final boss. I'm glad they committed to the finish.
Yeah, me too. And I do want to take a second, chat, just to shout out like the Break the Meta event. I know a lot of you are here watching it now, but you should absolutely be looking to participate as well. There's all kinds of information if you just go on the RaiderIO website or click some of the links in chat about the event, and you can find out what prizes are available, how to earn them. I mean, there's WoW game time on the line. I've heard there's T-shirts as well, so we've got some merch. We've got in-game rewards as well, so you can actually show off like banners and stuff like that. So definitely check out the rewards, enter up. It's super easy to be entered for these prizes. You just have to time 2 keys at a 10 or higher with a full off-meta group. And another point I want to reiterate, because we've not mentioned it a ton, is this Felemental Frenzy, I believe it's called. And it's the meta off-meta event. So because all the Shaman specs are so strong right now, and because all the Demon Hunter specs are so strong right now, you can't play any of them in the off meta, break the meta competition. But we've got a separate one where if you have a key exclusively formed of Demon Hunters and Shamans, so say like a Vengeance, a Resto, and then a Havoc, an Elemental, and an Enhance, then you can also be entered for sort of like these prizes and things. So you can still technically play a meta class, but just we've got a very specific set of rules for that. So maybe have some fun with that. Maybe experiment. Maybe go 5 Vengeance or 5 Resto, and you just play with a lot of Earth Elementals. But I just wanted to throw that in for you, chat, and try and encourage you to jump in for some of this.
And just following up on that, Sai, I just do want to point out for those of us who are maybe leveling new characters or those of us who don't do high keys, any key that you do that's a complete off meta comp for Break the Meta, even from 2 up, does enter you for the raffle on RaiderIO as long as you're registered on their website. So make sure if you're, you're leveling your brand new survival hunter now that you've watched some survival gameplay today, that you are registered on the website, because even those 2, 3, 4 keys can enter you into the raffle to win prizes. Raffle is only if you're live tracked, I've been reminded. So make sure you're running your RaiderIO live tracking. It's great. I run it all day, every day. When I do keys, it will automatically update your RaiderIO for you. I highly recommend it.
Yeah, was there something that you wanted to jump in as well with, Laurie, or was it just echoing that?
It was kind of echoing that. Yeah, I think if you're in a group with somebody and and they're doing the break the meta, just make sure that you register for it. I think only one person needs to be running the RaiderIO client while you do the key, but just make sure that if you do want to participate and you want to get that banner, make sure you do register. I think each person in the group needs to register for that. It can't just be one. Make sure you do that if you want to participate in that. But with that, the end of that key, we are going to take a mandated 10-minute break, and we'll be back very shortly.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a good break. We have come back. We have come back to a 14 Dark Flame. And it looks like we are looking at a Shadow Priest POV. I'm very excited about this. I'm a big Shadow Priest fan.
Yeah, I've seen some apply to my keys, but I've never actually seen them get into my groups, which is crazy because I'm the party leader. Like, why? How did that? I don't know. I don't know what that's about. But they're getting some really cool stuff next season as well. They're getting like double Shadow Crash, I think it's called, which does like a big AoE and applies your dots to a bunch of mobs, and they're getting 2 stacks of that. So that's going to be really cool next season. I am quite excited to see that. It kind of seems like with Shadow Priest, they're either busted OP to the point where you want like 15 of them, or they are just DOA. They're just out of the room, out of the conversation. But I'm really excited to see some Shadow Priests because they're actually really fun to play. I don't know if
they really are. And you know, I'm so glad for double Shadow Crash coming in. I think every tank, as they're trained for Mythic Plus, is told in the handbook, you know, like make sure to move the mobs out of the Shadow Crash because that happens so often. But double Shadow Crash should help ease some of those woes. We are seeing, you know, earlier we spoke about skipping these mobs, and it does look like we actually pulled them. I'm not sure if that was intentional or not. I see our Shadow Priest has gone down.
I don't think so. I thought I saw a Mind Soothe, and I think it might have been the Guardian Druid who was trying to get around the mobs with the Mind Soothe. I think it was totally accidental, but this was the skip I was talking about when we were watching that just it was not Dark Flame. Finally have a Dark Flame. And what a lot of groups I noticed what they do is if you have Mind Soothe, you can kind of skip them that way. Or if you're, you know, you can kind of get up on the side. You have to be really careful. It's almost like pixel perfect if you don't want to pull them. Or what most people do is you can kind of see the rocks on the side of the stairs here. You have to play a little jumping game. Or if you have a Warlock, you just completely skip it.
a Warlock!
Warlock win again.
They're so good this season. I don't know why they're not in everything, you know?
You know, I played with one last season, which was not meta either. Warlocks were not meta last season. Yeah, it was great.
Yeah, they're not too bad. You get some Hellstones. They never die. Like, they're impossible to kill. I'm actually going to cast a curse now, and they're going to be the only player to die on this boss. I can feel it. But that's not my fault, okay? That's a beautiful gateway into this boss. They're good on time as well. Like, they had those deaths, but they're actually really good on time. So
and
this
that
boss,
was a really good save. I don't know if you just watched what the Shadow Priest did. There were 2 people that were on one of the wax statues, and at the last second, the priest realized, oh, no one is covering that lone wax statue out there. Let me just zip over there and get it. We talked a little bit earlier about healers in some of these dungeons, and I think because the healer we had originally was a Prez Evoker in the first key that we saw today, and I had mentioned that Prez seems to be really good when groups are stacked up. And this fight, you want to say stacked up. You see these, I call them wax statues, and they have those, you know, that kind of bright purple circle around them. Eventually, players will get a circle around themselves, and you want to cover the wax statues. So if everybody on this fight was spread out, you would have wax statues off in Narnia, you'd have one over there in Eastern Kingdoms, one in Stormwind, and so you want to all stack up just like this that they did up against the wall, and that way people can kind of more easily navigate a little bit. If you're melee, hopefully you can still be in melee range and hit the boss.
Oh, and that was what happens when you don't hit a wax figure with a
and they didn't interrupt either.
Ooh.
Sorry, I'm just making noises on my end. Yeah, they didn't interrupt either, so they got feared. So I think it went from bad to worse right then.
Yeah. I do want to point out, I think that the Shadow Priest, before it went south, did a really good play. He saw, you know, it was right after the set after the one where he quickly adjusted. He saw that there was a statue inside of one of these wax puddles and actually committed dispersion to going in and making sure that he could get the wax statue with his circle, which I thought was really good. Looks like they've gotten him up. They're continuing the pull. So I'm fingers crossed for this group.
This boss, I want to get both your inputs on like the healing for this boss, because this has been really fun. for me to play on Feral with like planning out my defenses and my healing and all that kind of stuff, my innovates. It's been really, really fun. I do really like this boss, but from a healing perspective, this must be the most stressful boss in any dungeon, even though this is arguably the easiest dungeon to do. It's like really weird, but it's just such an insanely like difficult healing check. Is it as fun as it looks to heal, or is it actually quite boring or tedious or something like that?
Well, I take a nap on my Rester Druid because Rester Druids are like,
oh really?
They're amazing at throughput healing. Well, I haven't done this on a 19. So the like at 18 I had both eyes open. That wasn't quite a nap. But on a Disc Priest, so I was playing Disc Priest for a little bit. I think I have 15 Rizal. So I started kind of working on some hierarchies. That fight as a Disc Priest there's no time to take a nap. Rester Druid, though, what I mean by taking a nap, and you know, it depends on the key level, obviously, and people's experience levels, but Rester Druids are so good at throughput healing that I think as long as you ramp when you need to, and you're getting those absorbs off of people, it's generally fine. It's just Rester Druid really excels at that fight. I'm not sure about Holy Paladins, though, because I had mentioned earlier I started working on a Holy Paladin, but for a long time I was using a 600 item level shield. So that fight was difficult, but I know Kara plays a Holy Paladin. How do you feel about that fight?
Yeah, so I will say Holy Paladin lives or dies by its cooldowns. And you don't have that many of them, so you have to start to think very creatively about things like Divine Toll and even like Bubble Hand of Sacrifice to try and spread out damage reduction across the whole group. So it's a lot of seeing the mastery of Holy Paladin. You know, to watch a really high level Holy Paladin do that fight is honestly just like a testament to their skill. And it really becomes less of a you definitely can't sleep on it on Holy Paladin. You definitely have to be both eyes open, checking your cooldowns, checking defensives, and really making sure you're aware of everything that's happening at one time. But I find that fight so fun because when you do it successfully, you do feel like, yeah, I'm a great healer. And then you go into this part where you get to like relax a little bit. And you're like, phew, the hardest part is over.
You're like the Obama meme where he's putting a medal on himself. You're like, I'm such a good healer. I'm the best. And everyone else in your group is just like, get me out of this key.
Yep.
Get me out of here.
Yep. Oh, and we see the track is actually going the other direction.
Yeah, like, this track, it definitely knows whichever way the tank goes, 100% of the time the track's just going to go the other way. It's like just like a petulant child, isn't it? But they're going to stack everything up here and hey, we're fine. So.
I do feel that the cart knows that the tank is going, you know, say left, and it's like, I think I'll go right, actually.
Yeah.
I think if you're over there, I'll just go the other direction.
I have a general rule when I do keys where I don't comment on, like, if it's going well, I don't comment because I'm going to sabotage something when I go, oh, this is great. You know, we have 11 minutes left on the timer. And then before you know it, there's a wipe. So I have a rule when I do keys. I am not allowed to say anything nice about the dungeon. I just can't say anything.
Yeah, agreed. Even if I feel like I went well, I'm like, I can't say anything. It will curse the key and we will end up not timing it.
This, on the other hand, they actually don't need a lot of trash. After, you know, they're going to do this little mini game or, you know, whatever you want to call it, where you throw the dynamite. But after that, they only need about 3.11% trash?
Yeah.
Which is not a lot at all. I'm wondering if they're actually going to pull it in with the boss. If they really want, you know, a lot of groups do that. I mean, it kind of makes...
With the boss. With the boss. So I'm just chanting. You can continue. Ignore me.
Well, I was about to say it makes the tank's life a little bit more challenging. If you have time on the timer, I don't really. If you want to play it safe, you don't have to do that. I've been in groups where they do that. They pull the trash on the last boss, and then the tank is way too busy tanking the mobs, tanking the boss, and they are not able to do the candle. I think a lot of groups often they have their tank move the candle. And I was in a group recently. It was an 18 actually, and this is the reason why we depleted the 18. The tank said someone else get the candle, and then the DPS and I was healing, I guess. We did not coordinate that. We all kind of assumed someone else was going to do it, and then that person thought someone else was going to do it, so then nobody moved the candle, and it was a wipe. So hopefully I think this group looks coordinated enough that somebody is going to move the candle, whether it's the tank or the healer or the DPS.
And I do want to cut in and just point out that the Preservation Evoker just negated the stun that comes after you fall out of the minecart by rescuing the tank. So the Shadow Priest was stunned, but you saw the Preservation Evoker grab the tank, rescue him through the stun. Neither of them were stunned, and they were able to actually go forward and start pulling trash while the DPS were all waiting out the stun, which I thought was really interesting. I guess I've never thought about using rescue like that before.
Yeah, that's a nice, neat little trick. We've seen a lot of cute little plays so far tonight. Like, we've seen some really impressive stuff. We saw potentially an exploit in the rookery. Hopefully we're not getting banned. We've seen some really nice gateway skips. We've seen some really nice tech here, like you're saying, with the Preservoker. It's
And
been
there's
some
the candle.
really...
We're
really
safe.
impressive stuff to learn. Yeah, someone's got it. Someone's on it, at least.
I think it was the
I
Prez
hope-
who moved it.
Yeah, healer job. I gotta be honest, it's a healer job. I'm not DPS. Like, come on. I gotta pass this, boss. That's a healer problem. Yeah, even with those the wipe that they had like the wipe on the trash and then a couple deaths on that third boss. They're still making such good time. Their reason, like, if they didn't have any of those deaths, this was gonna be a 2 chest for sure. So
Yeah.
really solid little group.
I want to offer a little tip on this boss too. At one point, you get, you basically you have to run out. You're going to take a ton of damage. I'm trying to remember what the debuff is called. And usually you have to pop a defensive because the hierarchies that you start
Shadow
doing
Blast.
Right?
is Shadow Blast. If you're a night elf, you can shadow melt that. That's one of I feel like every season there are some mechanics across X amount of dungeons where shadow melt really comes in handy, and you don't take damage from that. You do, however, want to make sure you do grab a candle. Make sure you get the candle. So you have to leave the group, bring the candle back. Make sure you
No,
replenish.
get the healer to do it.
The healer can do it. So the DPS
Just shadow
will just
melt
stay
and let
there.
the healer do it. Yeah.
That's another healer mechanic. My bad.
Uh-huh. Yeah, you got it. I was with you on the shadow melt part, and then you started saying,
I do
like,
think we
DPS
actually
do
just
mechanics.
saw
DPS
the
needs to
healer
do
do it.
mechanic.
Yeah,
You lost me.
I
You
do
lost
think
me.
we actually just saw the healer do the healer mechanic and grab the light at the end of that darkness phase.
Another really big tech I want to talk about with Shadow Meld. It's not necessarily relevant to this key specifically, but it's just a generic general tip. Shadow Meld is so incredibly strong for saving a key when you have moments where somebody in the group dies. Say your healer dies and you don't have a battle res, but there's maybe an opportunity, maybe for the timer or something, or maybe there's gonna be something up, you want a chain pull or something like that, and you need to get the healer back up or a player back up. You can move out of the group, give yourself a decent amount of distance, shadow meld, and then regular combat res if you are a resing class, so I don't know, a monk or a druid or whatever. You can shadow meld res and do a regular res, which is really, really strong and can save keys at times, and it's not something I see a lot of people do. So that's a little bonus Shadow Meld tip I would have. Now, next season, you're going to have the potion that plays like Shadow Meld. So maybe that's going to be something that more universally people will be able to do on any res class.
The Paladin main, I am looking forward to having fake Shadow Meld every 5 minutes. Since I am forbidden from being a night elf, much to my chagrin. But really nice Shadow gameplay there. They did time that 14. And we are moving to our next key, which is a 10 Cinder Broom.
Yeah, what do we got going on? Oh, production. There's a marksmanship hunter. You got to get out. Get us out of here. Get us out of here.
No.
Production's been on a little bit too much of the mead. You know what I mean? They've been in Cinder Brewing. If you catch my drift. But we'll find another key for you, chat. Don't you worry. We'll get another one. But yeah, no, that was a good solid key. Even with a couple little hiccups, they still managed to time that Dark Flame with plenty of time. So we'll see. Maybe that team we'll see more of. What's been cool today as well is we have seen some teams playing back-to-back keys, all in the exact same group, sort of potentially a pre-made that have organized for this event. But then also we've seen some people who maybe are staying as a core. So we had Seal Dancer with Squeaky Toy, I believe it is, the Guardian Druid, and they were partnering up. I think maybe the 3 DPS players were like randoms from LFG. Maybe I'm mistaken there, so apologies if so. But they're like moving it around, but continuing to do this break the meta event. So that's like, it's really nice to see people forming groups for this. And like I say, chat, if you want to get involved and you're like, but I don't have anyone to play with, but I really want to do this event, how can I get involved? Go on to LFG on the dungeon tool and just search in BTM or maybe just the word break, and hopefully groups will have that listed somewhere in their title, so everyone should know it is for break the meta, and hopefully you can find a group for that. So I've done it in the past myself for previous break the meta events, and it's worked well. So give that a shot, and if you're playing off meta, use this as an opportunity to just gain a bunch of score, because you might actually get invited. Yeah.
And we have moved to a 19 floodgate, and I think it's really interesting. I don't know if this is a thing in 19s to 20s, but they actually went to the duo boss first and have not yet gone to Big Mama.
That's something that you see more on. So I would say this is more of the meta strat at the higher level. The reason being, you can bloodlust the very first pull, and then by the time you get to Big Mama, you can see Bloodlust is up in 30 seconds. So pretty much perfectly timed for the end of this pack. So it's more of a Bloodlust optimization, so you can have it for Big Mama. And because Big Mama is, well, she a Big Mama. She's really tough. Like it's a really big healing check, especially on a 19. But also you're generally trying to pull some trash onto it. She lasts a really long time. Like it's a scary fight. So having Bloodlust for it's really big.
Yeah, I think a lot of groups realize like you don't really need hero for well, I guess you would hero that first pull anyway, but you also don't need hero for the duo. That duo boss, it's very scripted. Again, people just need to kind of move into position. The healer needs to make sure that they're dispelling people on top of the bombs, make sure you get rid of those, make sure that you are kind of cutting the boss through it. Oh, it looks like we have almost a full wipe. Do we see 3 people down?
Wipe.
1 rezzed. Oh, their mobs are resetting.
Like we are resetting the key.
I really hopefully we'll see more of this team today, because we've had a couple teams going for those higher keys, those 19s and stuff. But they're like a really cool group comp for one, and also that like I think there is a couple really big gamers in that group. So yeah, that would be cool to see more of them. Hopefully, if they give it another shot.
We are moving here to 14 floodgates, so coming down just a little bit. But it looks like we have our what is this hunter? We do have a Mistweaver, which I'm excited
Looks
about.
like survival in the damage meter.
Yes.
Yeah,
It has to be survival.
It has the bombs.
It has
the
to be.
bombs. We're good. We're safe.
We're safe. Yeah.
We are getting survival hunter POV, in fact.
And we're
Yes,
going to actually see that first pull that we talked. Remember, we talked about a lot of groups just kind of like use hero on this first pull. This is the pull we were talking about. There it is.
Yeah, you're going to see everything gets grouped up here. There's a couple dangerous things to look out for. There's the Shreddathon, which is going to do a frontal, like, flame thrower attack, which you can see everyone avoiding. And also drop these shredders on the ground, which people have to move out of. So trying to stack up and then move as a group is quite good to do. You can see Basti here. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly. They actually had one of the dynamite mobs, like, focused, because they can kick it. It does a nasty, like, ticking, like, channeled spell on a player, but also it throws a dynamite, and if you get double targeted by those dynamites, you can die. Maybe not so much on a 14, depending on your gear level, but absolutely, like, at the higher level as well, or if you're under geared, then they can one shot. So that was well done. On to the next pull.
Nice, yeah.
I want to point out something about the keys that we've been highlighting too on this broadcast. A lot of them are, 18s, 19s, 14s, 15s, etc. But again, for the banner of the Algari, you just need to time 2 plus 10s or above. It doesn't have to be a 14. It could be a 10. It could be an 11. It could be a 12. A lot of the keys that we're highlighting today and they're kind of discussing, we're seeing some of these wipes. I think partly because we're looking at some higher keys, and that is sometimes pulls don't go quite how they should. So far, this dungeon is off to a great start, though. But I think when you start to get into those really much larger pulls, I think the key that we just saw a moment ago was that a 19.
It was a 19.
Floodgate that we did, yeah. So when again, that's a title range key, and title range meaning the 0.1% of the player base doing keys that range. And so when you're seeing pulls like that and you're trying to time the dungeon in the same amount of time frame as a 14 or a 10, you kind of need to practice some of those pulls and be able to pull those off, and things get a little spicy. But this seems to be a pretty straightforward route. I'm wondering if they're going to go to Big Mama or the duo boss next.
I'm going to put my money on the duo, the dynamic duo, because I think they're going to be playing more of that like more standardized meta form. And I think this group, like, I don't want to I don't want to assume too much, but I think they're probably going to go some higher keys. They must be building this up because they're playing this really good comp as well, like this really good fizz comp where they're going Guardian Druid with a monk, so you get the physical debuff from the monk, you get the versatility buff from the druid, the hunter brings your bloodlust, warrior brings another physical buff, and then they have a feral. They could actually replace the feral with like a rogue, or maybe like even a Frosty K or something like that, or a Ret Paladin. But this is a really cool fizz comp. And have you both noticed that this season there has been this, like, there's been a magic meta comp and there's been a fizz meta comp.
And the fizz.
How do you feel about that? I think it's really cool that we have two distinct, like, viable metas, if you will. But yeah, what do you think?
Yeah, I think the fizz comp it's doing really well from what I've seen. The time, as a Resto Druid, I just kind of I'm mostly pugging IQ for keys, and if I get invited, I cheer and I go, yes, thank you, and I don't question the invite. I just take it, But so the groups that I have seen that is kind of resembles a fizz comp, they do really well. You don't necessarily need an unholy DK going in with Blood Beast and destroy. You know what I mean? They deal with the packs differently, and it works. It works really well in my experience.
Same. I also really enjoy this kind of fizz comp revival. I feel like we had, a really strong like fizz comp showing, and like partway through Dragonflight, and then they kind of disappeared for like a full meta like magic range comp. But I'm really enjoying seeing these comps again. It's nice to see classes that I feel like for a little bit were considered like, oh, we don't take those, and that's really hard as a player. You want to play, the warrior, you want to play the feral druid, and it can be very difficult, when people have this idea that you just can't do the keys. So it's nice to see that, and I loved seeing it. I know we also saw fizz comp do really well in the MDI, so it was really nice to see. I am really enjoying having lots of options in terms of comp and selection. Though I too, as a holy paladin, am like, thank you for the invite. I'm not going to question why there are 3 paladins in this group.
You just take the invite.
Just take the invite.
You're saying it like it's a bribe. Like you're like, I'm not questioning where this is coming from. I'm just taking the invite. Like, I don't, like some backstreet deals going on or something to get you.
You just handshake in the back. Yep.
Yeah. I don't know how I got invited. I guess they must have liked me. Yeah, something that happens to me, and maybe I'm trying to think if there's any other spec out there that has to deal with this. Maybe some of the hybrid specs, but you get in, like, I'll get invited as a druid, and then I'll just get, like, every time I join a key, I'll count to 10, and then after 10 seconds, I'll sigh like a relief and I'll relax, because there's a 10-second time frame of the group realizing that you're not a balanced druid and that you're actually a feral druid, and then you get kicked. But if you make it past that first 10 seconds, then you're like, okay, they know I'm not an owl, and then you can relax. But I don't know if any other spec in the game has to deal with that.
You'll join as a holy priest, and you're like, okay, I'm just gonna stand very still, and like
you just shadow melding.
Yeah, they won't ask me to swap to discipline. Though I will say, as the season has gone on, it's gone from why not disc to like, I respect that you're a holy priest. So I'm like, thank you. That makes me
like
very happy.
Like a pity pithy
Yeah,
respect. They're like, good for you. Good for you for trying, okay?
Like, at least I'm not being kicked, you know, for not being just.
Yeah, that's all right then.
And it looks like you are right. They did go to the duo first.
They're gonna have a bomb explode right now. They didn't get they dispelled too early. I think, I don't know, maybe that was just like a misplay maybe by the healer, or if they were Basti was taking too much damage or something from the dot because they didn't move out in time. But they just opted for taking a hit at the dot there, which is livable. But your healer just needs to be ready for it in some way, as best they can prepare in the situation. They get a warrior death there from Radzol goes down. Do they have a battle res? I'm just looking around. I can't see. Yes, it looks like they've got a battle res, so they're going to be able to get them back up, rebuff, and get going. But they're going to have another bomb explode. They dispelled a bit too early again. The Tomo, you got to really pump now. You got to ramp up on this Mistweaver.
I'm worried about that Mistweaver, their health.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh,
And they need to make sure everyone's stacked up as well, I believe. Mistweaver's still DPSing to heal, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But they lived it. They did all right there. This is a little bit sort of stressy now. This is where you take a boss which is generally pretty chill, and things start to go from bad to worse. You start to get a little bit like stressed out, I think, on this boss.
They're about to get 3 bombs. Yeah, they just got eliminated 3 bombs with that bait. Looks like the last bomb. I think they got all of them. So this next dispel, they can just dispel that, ignore it.
We came back. We're in our comeback era.
And that's the interesting thing, actually,
2 minutes,
is if a bomb goes off, as long as the group knows a bomb is about to go off, generally you can live it. Maybe not on a 20. I have not seen that. Maybe Cybear can comment on that. But in general, I think you can... Oh, they might be getting 4 bombs here. Oh, it was 3. It was close to 4. You can generally live a bomb, I think, in most cases, as long as people know to pop defensives, make sure they have something to live it. It's a little bit different when the bomb explodes unexpectedly.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where at the high level, I mean, even on like a 14 and stuff, if your healer might need to commit more than they needed to, and then maybe they don't have something available for the next pull, and that's maybe really where the danger comes in, is sort of it like misaligning then the healer cooldowns or something like that potentially. So that could be potentially scary there, but they handled it. They got through that all right. They had a death or so, but well handled, and they can move on now to the next big pull. We've seen this route. This is like for sure the meta route that's very popular right now, where people are doing these exact same pulls, and you're going to see bloodlust timing. As we just saw in the 19, we have the exact same bloodlust timing in this group, completely different group, different key level, but the bloodlust timing is just syncing up perfectly. And maybe we'll get to see that really interesting Big Mama like positioning to bait out some of the ads to make them more easily killable. Maybe we'll see that in this key if this group opts for it.
I'd like to see that again. I'm not encouraging them, if they're listening, to do something they're not prepared for. But I would really like to see that again. I think that's really interesting. I also think it's interesting, I think it's right around the 13-14 range where the meta route starts to sort of change. As you do your weekly 12s, I would say it's definitely Big Mama comes first always. And it's sort of just the healer adjust moment. But as you go into these higher keys, it is really important to think about where lust is best utilized. And I do feel like on the lower end keys, really don't see as much thought about where lust should be optimally placed. And it does come up in kind of a strange place, and you kind of lose a lust usually when you're doing it that way. But I do think it's really interesting because definitely in your weekly 12s, you just run straight to Big Mama and healer can just deal with it.
Yeah, I think that's like another really interesting point that you're sort of raising there, where I think, because we are here for Break the Meta, right? So we can talk a little bit about meta and off meta and that kind of thing, but the meta is the meta for the meta, if you know what I mean, right? Like if you're doing a 21 key, the cutting edge level, yeah, maybe you need the absolute best comp and the absolute best route and the absolute, best this and that. But when you're not doing that, and if you're just doing, say, like a weekly 10 or even trying to push up through the levels and you're doing 12s, 14s and whatnot, like you don't necessarily need the meta route. We saw Floodgate with a Warlock. It looked very different in pulls compared to a non-Warlock group and composition, because you have access to different utility and different options. So you don't always need to play everything exactly like you would see at the highest level, right? I know a big memory that I have is I remember watching Dr. J in a plus 27 at Taldazar, and I think it must have been Shadowlands, like one of the seasons in Shadowlands when Taldazar was back. And I remember him complaining that a plus 27 was too low for him on Fire Mage, and it was literally like one of the highest keys in the world. And it just goes to show, like, sometimes like people are taking it then to like a plus, like, I need a Fire Mage for my plus 8, and it's like, maybe you don't actually. Maybe that's not very strong in that environment because it doesn't meet the same conditions. So that's just something that I try and drive home personally to people, is like, you don't always need that.
Yeah,
I agree.
I agree. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, I would even, to add on to that, I would argue that you don't even really, you could make any comp work, really. I think back to the first time I ever got title, which the 0.1% title was in Dragonflight, and it was season 3, and we did have a VDH, which was meta at the time. I was playing Rester Druid that was, partly meta. There were a lot of us, there were a lot of Mistweavers at the time. And we had a Shadow Priest in the group, but you saw a lot of Shadow Priests with AUG at the time. And we didn't have an AUG in our group. It was a Shadow Priest, it was a Rogue, and it was a Ret Paladin. And those were not meta. And I just remember that we didn't even have a hero class. We had to drums everything. So like when people say, "Oh, we need a hero class," my response is always, "No, you don't. You really don't. Just grab some drums. It's fine."
Yeah, I love that perspective. Work. And Kara, were you gonna say something?
Oh yeah, I was gonna say something similar. I really feel like you can make a lot of things work, even if it's not meta. We are seeing here. We didn't get to see the great pixel stack that we talked about earlier, but we're seeing some really great Mistweaver play handling all of this AOE damage here. I am very excited to see Mistweavers. I don't play very often, but I always appreciate a good Mistweaver, especially they do have kind of the melee debuff, kind of like Holy Paladin, where the more people you put into melee, the more difficult it becomes to do some of the aspects of these keys. But this Mistweaver is doing really well. I'm also really enjoying seeing the Survival Hunter.
Yeah, I'm happy as well to talk a little bit about maybe like survival and sort of how things are running rotationally. Maybe for anybody who hasn't played it in a while and wondering how it's going.
Yeah,
if you guys want to. Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, sure. So it is still, maybe if you guys saw it in like season 3 of Shadowlands, it was very much bomb, kill command, bomb, kill command, bomb, and all that sort of stuff. But this time they've changed it a little bit. And this so Basti here is actually playing an interesting build, because they're going for the, I'd say, less popular hero talent build, where they're actually going for Sentinel instead of a lot of people switching over to Pack Leader more recently. I think it got like a buff when they like tuned Sentinel and stuff. But there is still a lot of bomb gameplay, but you're also weaving in a lot more like explosive shots, so that has a chance to proc from your rotation, and then you want to weave that in because it does a lot of AoE, and then you're trying to kill command as much as possible for your like focus, which is like your resource. And then bombing, your bomb gets the cooldown reduction still from a lot of your other rotational abilities, from like kill command. Actually, I don't know if kill command reduces the cooldown of bomb, but you can see bomb on the number 3 button on Basti's like keybinds. That's just ticking down and down and down from all of the other stuff that they're doing. And then you're just running like a 2-minute cooldown window where you're getting your coordinated assault. It just like buffs all of your damage, and then you're just going crazy with explosive shots and bombs and butchery. But it's really quite fun right now. It's really quite fun, and there's some really fun stuff you can do with good pet management. Speaking of, Bassi here, switching to a different pet, I think a more defensive pet. Yeah, they're going to get the bear, which is going to give them access to an extra defensive, which is a really cool hunter thing. But yeah, they're going to need it. You can see here.
Oh, the health.
Dotamu. Yeah, the Mistweaver really got their work cut out for them here. That healing absorb is insane.
Yeah,
Already, it looks like almost.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to comment on the HPS. It was just under 4 mil.
Oh, yeah. I feel like it almost requires it. These back-to-back healing absorbs, at least personally, are the hardest part of this entire dungeon for me, because if you commit for one pack, it's likely you're not going to have that cooldown back for the other. You know, as we saw, Dotaru committed revival to the first ad that did the heal absorb, didn't have it for this one. And you know, we saw it got very low. It can be very tricky to heal. Like we are going to pull help first rather than being over. Oh, right, because they already pulled the duo.
Yes, duo is dusted, done and dusted. So they just got Swamp Face and this big kelp pack here. We saw the last time we were in Floodgate, it was a plus 16, I believe it was, with Seal Dancer's group. And they pulled some bombs in really late onto the boss to coincide where, like, hopefully the boss dies and then they can kill the bombs so that they don't have to deal with the, like, bomb explosion dot that gets applied whenever a bomb dies. Getting that at the beginning. Some people do them at the beginning of the boss, which is really scary. But if you opt for them late, then it's a little bit more easy to manage. And they're going to have to manage the rest of this pull without Radzel there because they go down again. These kelps don't mess around. The tick damage that they do is so heavy with this jettison kelp. Really, really nasty.
Yeah, this pack hurts. I'm wondering if this is going to be another one of those swamp face pulls that we've seen a couple times today where they pull in some trash. I guess we'll see in a moment. They're probably going to start the RP. Someone's going to have to go. It looks like the monk is going to go click on that. They're rezzing Radzel. Looks like they're just opting to do the boss, unless they pull it in toward the end of the boss. I think the last time we saw that it was around 15%. Kara, have you played Mistweaver? I've not played it this season, so I'm wondering how Mistweaver generally does on a fight like this with high throughput.
So I haven't played it terribly much, but I know that it does pretty decently with high throughput as long as they're allowed to stay in melee. They can come out at range. I know that they have kind of ranged elements to their rotation now. But the longer they're out of melee, like the harder it becomes for a Mistweaver to be doing optimum healing. But I think on this fight they should be fine. I'm not sure it's quite as easy as it might be for like a Resto Druid, but I think they're going to be just fine. And we are seeing, you know, they lined it up first with the Feline Stomp through the boss, really utilizing the fact that healers can't get the vines, making sure that they can get everyone with the heal over time from Feline Stomp, make sure their heals are doing the best that they possibly can. I think it's now technically called Jadefire Stomp, but it will be Feline Stomp forever in my heart.
Oh, that's right. They did change the name. I guess I still call it Feline Stomp.
They changed the name and they changed the animation, but in my heart, it is still Feline Stomp because that's where I encountered it first. But yeah, it is Jadefire Stomp now.
And their timer actually looks pretty good. By the time, as long as things continue to go smoothly on this boss, no hiccups or anything like that, the timer it looks pretty good. I don't know if they're gonna opt to pull bubbles. I know sometimes, again, if it's just a W route, some people just pull it. We talked about this earlier. If you just want a safe route and people play well, they use defensives, etc. They'll just, you know, I call them W routes because you're just moving forward, right? So the next mob you're going to encounter would be bubbles. I am wondering if they're just going to pull it or try to skip it.
If they
as well, I see that the tank is a night elf because I see Shadow Meld on the bar over there. So maybe they'll skip it.
Yeah, you've got quite a couple options there for the skip. The Feral Druid is also a Night Elf, so they can also do a Shadow Meld skip. You also have Hunter with potential, like, Feign Death skip. So they've got a couple options for the skip. They have quite high trash percentage if they are doing bubbles, unless they like somehow look to opt to skip something else later on. But like you said, Laria, it's like kind of a W route from this point on. You don't have too many options of things to avoid necessarily. They've got no pain, mind soothe, sorry, to skip some of the mobs. And yeah, they are going to be.
It looks like they're skipping.
Well, the skip, I should say. But how? Okay. No, they've
never mind.
decided against it. It looked like they were going to, and then they've changed their mind. I think maybe they were just pre-stacking to like bait some of the bubbles well. This is a nasty heal as well, actually. This boss, and directly straight after Swamp Face, it's like, do you even have much left as a healer? It's quite scary.
Oh, that's interesting. So the 100 pop turtle to clear the bubbles. I was about to comment on that, actually. When people do pull bubbles, a really nice strat that I've seen for this is, I guess you'd call it like a triangle strat. You drop the bubbles, you all stack in one area, and then you just move along a line, like think of the 3 points of a triangle. And each time you drop the bubbles, they're all in different corners of the area. And then by the time you get back to the first ones, they've already despawned, and then you can drop them there again. But I haven't really seen people dedicate something like turtle or immunities to clearing them before.
I will sometimes see it. I've definitely been in keys where someone has asked me to commit bubble to it, but bubble to clearing the bubbles. But I don't think it's that common. I think usually you just place them in a certain area, and then everybody just avoids, bubbles, and you don't really worry about it. But I liked the use of turtle there to commit to that. It gave it a little bit of extra security for wiggling around that cone.
It's also just highlighting the utility as well for hunters. I mean, hunters, I think, I think they bring a very specific toolkit to keys. I actually play with one. I've played with a hunter for the last couple of seasons, and he's able to play all 3 specs, and he kind of swaps depending on. Honestly, I think whatever he's in the mood for. If you need to switch it up sometimes, make sure you're not getting too bored. But they bring, there's binding, there's turtle. I mean, there's a knockback too. They bring a lot. There's trap. If you need to ever skip anything, it works very similarly to, I think, the VDH sigil, where a hunter can trap something, move past it, the group then moves past it, and then the hunter will feign death. I've seen that before.
Yeah, that's really nice tech. You can also, I know in previous seasons with things, like when I played Hunter a little bit more heavily, some mobs will do a really nasty tank like hit. So say if you ever do Necrotic Wake, when you go upstairs into the Necropolis, there's the mobs that do like the tank buster, like the armor buster. You can get your pet to taunt the mob and take that hit, and then the tank can taunt back, and it makes the whole pack way easier. So there's like some really cool pet taunt tech that you can do. And like you say, there's the skip tech and stuff like that. So there's some really interesting stuff. I mean, if you have light spawns in Priory, you can get your pet to taunt the light spawn when it's low and then move out and then let the light spawn explode. And there's just like some really cute things you can do with Hunter, actually, a lot more than people give it credit for or think about.
That reminds me a little bit about priest tech as well. I've seen a bit of mind control stuff, mind tech or mind control tech.
Yes.
Where, but then you can also choose. So oftentimes I think I see it in workshop. The mob that drops the barriers, you see in the barrier, you take less damage. And the 2, I call them spiders. There's 2 spider mobs after Machinist Garden, and a lot of groups want to keep that alive. You want to bring it so that then you have the shield stand in, less AoE damage. And, I remember when I first picked up Priest earlier this season, someone was telling me, oh, well, you can have all these extra macros, and you can move the mind control target over here, so that way when it falls off and you're recasting it, it's not going to melee you and you're not going to die. It had never occurred to me before, but you could do the same thing with hunter pets. It sounds like you could just... if you need to taunt it, make sure it's over there. Make sure that the pet is where you need to place it beforehand. Taunt it, and that way, like you said, the light spawn, it's moving off in a different direction before it starts channeling.
Yeah, absolutely. That kind of thing can be really, really beneficial with a hunter pet, and it sort of acts as like a secondary tank at times. So it's a nice little extra. But this group here in the 14 Floodgate, We've got 6 minutes left on the timer. They ended up killing Bubbles, and actually, the percentage, I was wrong. The percentage was perfect. Pardo here. They needed to dodge that last melee attack. They die, but hey, Hunter Pet Taunt, maybe?
Oh, they do have a battle res off on the tank. The tank took the battle res. It's almost dead. Luckily, the mob.
But so is the group.
We get that.
Who's
There we
it going to
go.
be?
So
It's
is
the
the
group
group.
succeeds, yeah.
Well, I was about to say something else you could do with this pack of trash is you can scoot into the boss room a little bit and start the RP. It looks like someone, I think, did that. I think I just saw the boss down there, and that way they can just res everybody, enter the room, and you can just pull the boss immediately. They should, out of 14, they should have enough time to kill this. 4.5, almost 4 minutes should be plenty of time.
With Bloodlust, that should be fine, I would think.
And now we've cursed it, so.
Now we've cursed it, so it's going to be depleted, so apologies. Yeah, I really like Floodgate. I think it's a really nice dungeon. I think that's a kind of contentious point, though. I think some people really dislike this dungeon, but I think it's got some great pulls. I think it's got some fun bosses, and yeah, I'm glad I think it is coming back next season, isn't it?
It is. I was going to say I agree to disagree. I don't actually like Floodgate all that much, but I do think it's a good dungeon overall, and I like the design of it. But you know, mostly Pug experience. I feel like Pug's the brain like turns off in Floodgate, and I'm not quite sure why. But hopefully, with the second season, we'll be really seasoned and ready. With how many times we have all farmed this for our friends pacemakers this season.
Yeah,
that's true. I think you made a good point, which brings me back to something I talked about earlier today, which was. Thai, you had asked me about, defensives and how I feel about that as a healer and what I run into in groups. And I talked about experience level. And I think that's actually a strength when Blizzard brings back dungeons, because if you've seen it in the past, as long as you were playing during that expansion or whatever season that was, or if it's something like this where let's look at Priory, right? We have Priory now. We're going to see it again next season as well. And similar with Floodgate. If people, I think that's actually maybe good for the community, because if they've been playing this season and they continue to play next season as well, they plan on doing that. They have all of the experience from this current season that they're bringing into the next one. And I think overall that's good for the community. It's good for pugging. It means that you've had all this time to see the dungeon. I say hopefully, I mean this in a good way, wiped, because at least for me, I know that when my group wipes or I make a mistake, I try to figure out what that mistake is. And then I hopefully don't make that same mistake.
Normally it's the healer's fault. I find whenever I do like keys and stuff and anything goes wrong, it's like
always
probably healer did.
Always.
Yeah, generally.
Every time.
Most
blame
time,
the healer.
100%.
You forgot to use a defensive. It's the healer's fault. The healer should have known. Yep.
Something like that.
You get one shot by the tank buster. That was the healer's fault.
Absolutely. That has nothing to do with the tank. Yes, absolutely. A healer should have prevented that.
Could have shielded. Could have used something. Yeah, no, I agree. I think that's a really good point. I think that, like you say, experience is what helps. Like, you have some dungeons, and when they return to the dungeon pool, they're way easier that time around than they were when they first came out, and it just makes sense that people have had time to sort of get used to it. And the really, really fascinating thing I find is when people continue to iterate and optimize these dungeons that have been in the pool for maybe like years and years. Like every time Workshop comes around, for example, there's new tech. Like you just were talking about with the like spider tanks and the mind control for the extra shield during that trash pack. I don't think I remember seeing anyone do it in BFA, but now people do it. Or it's like the Void Elf skip or like stuff like that. There's just always tech that sort of manages to like come out as we get to do these dungeons more and more and more and more. But yeah, definitely the experience thing is a really, really important point.
And with that, we did time that 14th Floodgate. Very exciting. And it looked like some people got some score from that key as well. The next key that we're going to jump into looks like it is a Priory. This is an interesting comp. I see 3 monks.
One
I love
of every
it.
type of monk.
Love it. Yeah. Oh, you're right. Yeah, we have a Brewmaster, a Mistweaver, and a Windwalker. I love when you see that. It reminds me of the Break the Meta last season. I want to say we had a full monk comp on purpose. It was a group that they had been practicing their keys leading up to it. They were all trying to learn their, whatever spec that they were playing. and practice playing it specifically for Break the Meta. And it was really fun to see. I love when you see groups like this that are really having fun with Break the Meta and trying to, coming up with these group comps and seeing what they can accomplish.
Oh, and they even have matching details names. If you look, we have Big Monk, Little Monk, and Tiny Monk.
That's adorable.
And then, of course, Ryalath, of course.
And then Ryalath.
And then Ryalath. Can't forget Ryalath.
And our survival hunters. So really excited to see them return. We've got triple the physical buff for our Feral Druid and our survival hunter. Really just making them.
That's just like planning ahead in case one of the monks dies or like, a couple of them go down. We still get our buff. We're not losing uptime on that, So it's a nice little,
it's strategic.
Nice little boon. Yeah,
Absolutely.
Strategic. Yeah.
This reminds me, though, earlier when we saw this boss, I was talking about the dance on it, because I think, again, a question I see a lot is when people say, well, how are you supposed to do this correctly? You see that the hammers went down, the hammers are spinning, you move away from those. You'll see that the boss is casting Pyre. That's the circle with the orbs you need to soak. It's all the way across the room. They drop these massive circles here on the opposite side, and that way it keeps the room really clean. You don't overlap those giant circles with the Pyre. It's completely open and free for people to just kind of walk in, soak their orb, and then walk back out. And that's generally the dance. That's how I try to explain it, is you drop your hammers, drop the giant circles, and then head over to the Pyre. And it's just rinse and repeat on this fight.
Yeah, it's kind of like that triangle formation. And hold on a moment. We have a monk go down, but that's okay. We still have 2 monks.
We have two other
mystic
monks.
Touches. We planned for this.
We still have Big Monk and Little Monk.
Still Big Monk and Little Monk, but not Tiny. We've lost Tiny Monk. We've lost Tiny Monk.
This is a 5 stack Pyre though, so I think a lot of tanks will take 2 stacks. But again, you have about 30 seconds to soak all of those. So it doesn't all need to be immediate when it spawns. You have time. You even have time to soak one, let it fall off, and then run back in to get another soak.
Yeah, they have no DK, which is normally people just like AMS and then they just soak a bunch. I think Paladin can do it as well with Bubble. I could be wrong there, but I think I've seen that. So yeah, depending on the group, but I don't think with this, I think Hunter, even with Turtle, takes multiple stacks, I believe. So Hunter unfortunately can't.
Oh, interesting. I think you're right. I should know. I play with a Paladin and a
Bubble
Hunter,
can
and we always have the Paladin do
spell
it.
warding can as well.
Oh,
They
interesting.
can what,
Okay.
sorry?
Yeah. We
I
are
guess I can
seeing
play
here.
with
I'm so curious. We have Little Monk, but Little Monk is a gnome. So what makes Tiny Monk Tiny Monk? What I'm curious about.
Oh, I don't think this is a PG-13 stream. I don't know that we can get into all that. We'll find out. We'll ask them. Apparently, the team name is only Zen. So this is it's almost Zen. Maybe the Survival Hunter and the Feral is Zen in spirit. Not so much in color. But how do we think about this key? We got 10 minutes left on the timer. I think this is going to be a real close one.
I think it's close, but I think they can do it. But I'm not going to curse them. But I believe in them.
I kind of believe too, but it's gonna be a close one here. Priory, what's the worst dungeon in the current dungeon pool? A lot of people would say Priory, but I actually think it's a pretty good key.
I like Priory. Yeah, I
like
actually really like it.
Priory.
Did you say you hate Priory?
No, I love Priory.
Oh, you
I
love
think
it? Oh,
it's fun.
excellent.
I know. I personally have a beef with Mechagon Workshop, but it's a purely personal thing. I think the dungeon is fine. Just somehow all of my groups seem to fail it miserably. So me and Mechagon Workshop are in a perpetual fight. But I don't know. I mean, obviously, I already mentioned I don't like Floodgate, so I think my answer would be Floodgate. But I do think it depends on if you play with a structured group or if you play with strangers and how your group first kind of goes about each dungeon, because I think Floodgate can easily be a fun and exciting key if your group knows what they're doing. But if they don't, it becomes miserable. So I do think it really depends on like personal experience and whether or not you are a group player or you're a like seasoned pug.
Yeah, I think actually you made a good point about you said something like if your group is prepared, if they're ready, if they know what they're doing. I think Cinder Brew is for me is the hardest dungeon this season, and it kind of goes back to when we were talking about Resil keys, and an advantage of having resilient keys is being able to prog the key. And when I think of Cinder Brew, I think of all the various pulls that, especially in a high level key, that you need to do. Going back to the very first one, the triple muscle pull. Sometimes people body pulling Chewy with a muscle, right? Like there's so many things that can go wrong, but I feel like just about every pull in that place requires both coordination with the different people in your group, but also individual responsibility, where you need to know that if you have a debuff or a dot, or you have a debuff, like we talked about the hop goblins, if you have a debuff on you and you're being fixated by the hop goblin and he's about to hit the wall, you're going to take damage from that. And so it's just individual responsibility, knowing what damage is incoming and what do you have available to use so that you survive. And all of those working parts, it just goes from pack to pack to pack. I think Priory is really like a close second, because I think a lot of these pulls work similarly to that, especially the one that's coming up right here where they just pulled the mini boss and all the damage that's about to go out.
Yeah, waiting to see when they're gonna opt to lust. Maybe the hunter's got to like switch over the pet. It's always the worst thing as the hunter when you're like wrong pet, and everyone's yelling at you to lust. But who is it? It's it's Little Monk. Little Monk here has to heal their heart out. Hopefully they've got big heals, because this is a really scary mini boss. They're dealing with the casters, and I don't know if they're gonna maybe chain pull on or something like that. But the timer's starting to shrink here, and they're not going to have long to deal with this boss as well. So this could be quite tight. Look at the healing required here. This is just Brawn Pike on its own. They didn't lust. I wonder why they didn't lust. That is a mystery. This is a nasty one to heal.
Saving it for phase 2 of the boss? The last boss, maybe?
Maybe, but that looked really close.
I will say in lower keys, I think. Oh no!
Oh no!
Couple deaths.
Oh, we're good. I will say in lower keys, I think it's more common for, like I said before, the healer adjust, and we use the lust on the boss no matter what. So I do think that that's kind of a more common thought process is, the healer can just heal through that. But as we see, that mini boss gets really scary, especially I feel like that tank buster. Tanks can really be taken by surprise, or simply just run out of options for them to press. And I think that's what we saw. We just saw the rot combined with the tank buster take out the tank. But they have recovered. They are going. They've got 5 minutes left.
That's also some really nice tech as well if you have Shadow Meld. And you're a res class, is if your tank dies and you pull aggro, immediately meld, and then the aggro goes onto someone else and you can res. So that's like a benefit. Maybe if you're like a DK or like a druid DPS or something like that. That's just like a little side note tip. But they got 4 minutes 40 here. Enough for the boss. I think at this level you probably need about three and a bit minutes. They're gonna have lust. So yeah, it'll be about like 3 minutes with lust maybe. These footmen are gonna explode when they die. You're gonna see this start happening now. And Little Monk needs to be prepped for these. They do have 3 stuns that they can use on these mobs, which prevents the explosion from happening. Now, earlier when we were in Priory, I mentioned about how you should never interrupt the boss, so that you get better casting sequences here for the boss. Yeah. Because of the overlap, yeah. But it looks like they are kicking, so this might actually be a little bit spooky at times, depending on how some of these overlaps go. So let's see. We've got Blinding Light at the same time of the Purify. That one was okay. That one was fine. Maybe they'll be okay.
And I do want to point out that the last time we saw this boss today, it looked like a kill. Everything was great. And then they ended up wiping in phase 2. So anything is possible on this fight. Phase 1 is actually, I think, even just, it's pretty straightforward. Like you said, you want to avoid kicking. I thought it was just the first kick, but is it all of them?
It's all kicks, yes. All kicks you just ignore. That's at least what I've looked at, what I've been told. I just get yelled at if I ever kick on this boss, so... yeah.
But they do have everyone alive. The last time we saw this... Yep. We had lost we lost 1 DPS, and all of them are alive. So I'm just thinking of the ad phase that we're going to see very shortly, when the boss transitions. They have everyone alive, which means that hopefully the shield should come down pretty quickly. I don't know if we're going to get 1 or 2 ad sets. We have the first one is coming in right now.
Like
Imagine all the rings of peace.
Oh my
They could
gosh,
just
yes.
drop.
It looks like the Mistweaver did choose to hold their Crackling Jade Lightning to get just a really big hit on that shield. One thing that Mistweaver can do is they can kind of charge up their Crackling Jade Lightning and release it. They're basically Emperor Palpatine this season. It's really fun. But they can do quite a bit of damage with that, and we did see a pretty significant chunk of damage there from our healer, who we are watching right now. And look, there they are, the Rings of Peace.
And it looks like they did save Hero for this phase. It looks like it's still up. It's just about to fall off. 2 seconds left.
Yeah, so all is looking good. Little Monk is low on mana, but shouldn't before the boss is dead. They handled those ads. They had infinite rings of peace. Even with the interrupting, it was still fine. Boss overlaps with the cast and stuff seemed to be okay, or at least manageable. And they're gonna time this with 2 minutes left. So
Joke's on you. We're now totally
great
fine
time.
with mana because we had a great drink of our mana tea.
there you go.
Mistweaver is pretty good about being mana conscious, and as soon as they get low, they can really just pop back up to excellent mana levels. But good job. I love this Triple Monk team. They did a great job on that 14 Priory.
I wonder if you could score for anybody. We are seeing a little bit of score in some of these groups.
We are. Oh, and a bursting light shard.
You know, my priest actually uses that trinket.
I use it on my Holy Paladin, so it can do immense amounts of damage if you heal it and let it sit right in the middle of a pack. It can do just some amazing damage, but we are headed to another key. We are now in a 13 Mother Load.
The first thing I just want to point out, I love this UI. I don't know what it is about Motherload. I think we saw another really great UI in Motherload. This one is really nice.
Yeah, I like this one a lot.
Yeah, this is nice. And it's also I don't know if it's all 5 players are the same, but definitely we've had Hergo Doodoo and the Leaf before. I'm trying to think if I recognize the other names as well, but definitely at least them 2. So we've already seen them doing some keys today. I believe it was a Floodgate, though I could be mistaken. And now we are in a 13 Motherload, and this one, oh my god, wait, hold on. They have so much time.
They are blasting through this.
This could be on for a 2 chest here. And what's their group comp looking like? They got Outlaw, they got Destruction, Survival again, Guardian, Mistweaver. It would be really cool to see if there was a survey done. I don't know how RaiderIO would manage it, but some kind of survey or statistics. Maybe we can get Jordan on it from the stats queen.
Oh,
but
Lo-Fi Banshee, yes.
Yes,
I
yes.
love
It
her
would be
parts.
really cool to see how many people are playing on their main character on their main spec for Break the Meta, and how many people are playing an off spec or are playing an alt for Break the Meta. Because I personally really look forward to this event coming around each year, because it can be a really big boon for getting people invited to keys, because people are going out of their way to invite off meta. And not only that, but you're getting 5 off meta spots per group. Obviously that's the math on that one, and EU math there. And I noticed getting way more invites during this, and it can actually help change a bit of the community perception when people get to play some of these specs and see that they're actually decent. As we saw with how good Warlock is today. But yeah, that would be an interesting stat, and I think that would be cool to look at.
Something I want to point out about this fight specifically, we had talked a little bit about Shadow Meld and the uses of Shadow Meld and Shadow Meld tech and things like that. This right here, those giant orange circles that you see, you can also Shadow Meld that. It's a little bit of a timing thing. And hunters can also do it with Feign Death, actually, but that is, I think, a little bit trickier to time. Shadow Meld can absolutely negate that mechanic, though. And so what happens with those giant orange circles that you see is it drops the sparkly blue azurite that you see on the ground. It limits the space where you can stand. And so just a little bit of a tip there. If you play Night Elf, you can negate that if you have it available. Obviously, you can't do it every time if you're unlucky and you get targeted more than once, but that's another spot. Something else about this fight, which is really cool, is that you can basically just kind of like hop back and forth between the two same spots in the arena. It's, the first spot that's available is, I think, usually changes. You have to kind of wait to see what the pattern is going to be. But in general, you could do that. It makes the fight a lot easier because, as soon as people start clearing the area, if it's clear, you can actually just start moving in that direction and pre-plant.
I really love them pulling trash back into this boss. At least as the healer, I feel like this boss is pretty much, I take care of the tank and otherwise do some damage. So I really like the use of the economy pulling the more difficult trash back into the boss with the larger arena, so you're not fighting. I think pugs have a habit of finding every single mine possible on the run up to the final boss. So seeing them, looks like they are going to be pulling it all back to this island. Seeing them do that is actually really interesting and I think very smart.
Yeah, this is, if you haven't seen this before, chat, this is the pretty standard way now on Motherlode, and we never used to see it. This is another one of those things where Motherlode's been in the pool for a long time. People never used to do this. It's only really been this season that it's at least been popularized to the point where even pugs are doing it like quite widely now. But it's a really good time save. You get the tank just to pick up all these mine tethers, and then all the DPS, especially the melee, are just free to just blast. What's also quite interesting here is that they're way over %, so I think they're either going to opt for some skips on the next bit of trash, or they've just, like, something has happened in this key that we haven't seen, and they've gone way over on the trash, because they're about to go 5% over just in this one single pull. But we'll see if they do some skips here. So far, really good, solid little group. Another Mistweaver as well. You both already sort of mentioned how strong Mistweaver is this season, but I haven't been able to play with enough of them. But I've been hearing good things, and they look really good. They look really solid when they can rank.
Yeah, I agree. They are very good this season. I think they just suffer from, as we said before, being in melee can be very difficult in some of these dungeons. And so sometimes it's just safer to bring a ranged healer who doesn't have to deal with all of the particularities of being in melee, being in range of those melee AoEs, or, for example, in Rookery, the pull-ins. It can be, challenging. The more melee you want to bring to the dungeon, it can be difficult as a healer to also be in melee. But this Mistweaver is doing a very good job. And I've cursed them now, so sorry to the
I'm a little, just slightly concerned about their timer, only because it depends if they're going to skip the last two. I think they're war machines or peacekeepers, the last two big mobs here right before the final boss. If they skip it, I think they're fine. If they end up pulling them and things go wrong and you kind of start racking up some deaths, it looks like they might be skipping it, actually. They're all kind of lined up on this rock here. You see the Guardian Druid pulling them off to the side. I think they're going to go for the skip. Everyone's moving through, and then all the Guardian Druid has to do is get past them and then
nice
shadow
melt.
Yep, there it is.
There
Excellent.
it is.
All right. I'm not concerned about the timer anymore. It is all good.
They have 13 minutes. Did you think they had 3 minutes? They have like 13.
Yeah,
so
they
should
have
be. Yeah. They should.
You know what I was looking at?
On for
I
two
think
chest.
I'm looking at the 2 chest. Yeah, I saw
Right,
5.5 minutes. I said, "Oh gosh, do they still have trash to pull?" Yeah, they are so safe.
I did that same thing earlier with the other UI, and I was like, you just look at a number and you're like, oh no, and then
Yeah.
and then,
Do you remember
yeah.
it was actually in a Motherlode, and I was talking about how this person was using Warp Deplete. It's a really nice add-on that shows you dungeon information. And then there's a weak aura that a lot of people use. This is the one I was talking about. When I think it works for a lot of people, obviously, or else they wouldn't be using it. But when I look at this weak aura, it always confuses me.
It's
I
a
look
little
at that
too
time.
much for me, yeah.
It's too much, yeah. I really like. We've seen a couple of groups today using Warp Deplete, and it's very minimalistic. It shows you the remaining time that you have left, which in my brain kind of makes more sense to me. I want to know how much time I have left versus moving. When it shows you how much time you've accumulated being in the dungeon. It looks like they've already hit this intermission phase, by the way, on this.
Yeah,
on this
they
fight.
they did a lot of damage. Look how much single target the survival hunter's doing as well. Even though they're the least played hunter spec, they do some really good single target. So they just blasted that boss down. And I think that they have bloodlust available as well.
I think they do.
It's like it.
Yeah, maybe that's saving it for phase 2. Some groups opt it to use it on pull. Some do the intermission, and then some just do the second, like this phase 2, I suppose. On like a 13, I don't think intermission's that scary, so you can just save it for either P1 or P2. But when you start to ramp up a little bit, the intermission actually is the hardest part of this boss in theory, depending on key level. Which again, it goes back, Laurie, to what you're saying about like experience and knowing the dungeon, knowing the key level, getting used to like how hard does this thing hurt here? Because yeah, like further to that point, some things on certain key levels aren't that dangerous, and then you scale up a bit, and suddenly that damage becomes out of control.
And something else that we haven't talked about yet is the boss placement here. This is something that a lot of groups do. It's basically a way to avoid having to kind of keep track of where the ads on the side go that kind of spawn all the circles you have to spawn, basically, those AoE circles. You can kind of keep him on this grate here. A lot of people call it the grate strat. And if you move into the bosses, like the middle of their hitbox, you can generally avoid all of them on the ground, which is really nice. And they did that successfully. There it is. Is that a 2 chest?
Easy 2 chest.
Yeah?
Easy 2 chest.
Excellent.
Plenty of time. Plenty of time.
And as
Yeah, another great key on the board. Sorry, go on.
Great key. I did want to just mention, as we're kind of between keys, there is exclusive Break the Meta merchandise through RaiderIO, which you can get on RaiderIO's store. It does go away at the end of the Break the Meta event. So if you are looking to represent your off-meta class, there are some really amazing t-shirts and other items that you can get in the RaiderIO store, but they're only available for a limited time. They feature this season's custom Break the Meta logo, and they do look very cool. I was looking at them last night. They look pretty cool with the really awesome neon green logo. So if you're interested in Break the Meta merchandise and supporting RaiderIO, just make sure that you grab your merchandise for Break the Meta before it's gone. And we are moving now to a 17 Motherlode.
I want to add one more thing to what you just said about the merch, though. As somebody, I bought a sweatshirt and a long sleeve shirt last season for Break the Meta, and I just have to say, as somebody who is now the owner of a RaiderIO sweatshirt, it is so soft. I don't know, like, it's the exact brand or what, but it is different than the other sweatshirts I have. It is the coziest, like, gaming sweatshirt that I have. It's super, super, super comfy, very soft. If you are a sweatshirt kind of person, that's an option. If you like long sleeves, I also got a long sleeve shirt. If you like t-shirts, they have that one as well. So they have a little bit of everything. The quality is really great, though. That's all I wanted to add. I'm an official owner. That is my feedback.
What level IO do you need to wear one? Is there like a require? Is it like title or cheap like KSM?
I hope there's no requirement, because I got my 3K and I was done for this season.
You just need a good Mythic Plus attitude. That's all.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's good. That's good. So no IO requirement in order to win or wear the merch. You just got to get involved.
Although there is a prize bundle, which is it's a lottery system. So I also want to plug that in real quick for those of you who were not here joining us at the start. There is through Break the Meta, there is a prize bundle, and so if you complete, I believe the way it works is when you complete a +10 with a Break the Meta eligible comp, you are automatically entered for that and a chance to win. It comes with a RaiderIO t-shirt, as well as some other fabulous other in-game items that you can use. But it is a lottery system, so you got to do the keys and then you get entered to win.
So the lottery system is any key 2 and up that has a Break the Meta comp, as long as you're live logging, and you need to personally live log. So make sure you go and grab RaiderIO's live logging system. It's really good. I run the live logger all the time. It can help you just immediately get access to all of the data. It immediately updates your score on RaiderIO. And it also tracks all of my guild's wipes on all of our bosses. Thank you, RaiderIO.
That is very important to track.
Yeah, so I
Wait.
got to see all of those show up this season because I ran it on accident during raid. So
Our wipes are public, and nobody told me about that. People can see you wipes.
Sorry to tell you, the Warcraft logs, unless you set them to private.
I gotta make a call. I gotta get out of here.
That's amazing. Also, I want to just bring us back to the key real quick because I just noticed that it is a 17.
Yes.
We had mentioned earlier, or maybe I had mentioned earlier, that this timer is generally forgivable. Forgivable might be a better word for it. Flexible, forgivable, and with that said, so they have 3 deaths on the timer. That's minus 45 seconds off the overall time. That's what I mean by it being pretty flexible. If the group generally knows the dungeon, you know the route, you know what needs to be kicked, you're using your defensives correctly, you have big damage on the boss, all those things. You're using you big damage during like the hero DPS window, etc. This dungeon is pretty straightforward, even with some deaths, in the dungeon itself. It's, I think sometimes people, they wipe to one pack and then, you see the GGs that, show up in party chat and people are already wanting to give up. This dungeon is not like that. I just want to be clear, like you can have some deaths and it is still timeable.
Yeah, you can do some horrific things in this dungeon and still time it. I do feel like people do give up quite easily this season. I think it's maybe the result of the 15-second death penalty, which has just made people go like, we can't possibly come back from this. Whereas in other seasons, deaths have been less punishing. But yeah, absolutely, Motherload is one of those that you can rack up a couple deaths. You compare it to something else like, trying to think of like another dungeon. I mean, Theater Pain in general, you have a death there. Normally, it's pretty heavy, or like maybe even like Priory. Priory's pretty nasty as well if you die there. So some dungeons less so forgiving on the timer and stuff, but they're doing really well. Like this is a crazy comp. We're going. Is
Double
that Fury
DK.
Warrior, double Frost DK, Brewmaster Preservation? I mean, there's off
What
meta.
a comp.
There's break the meta, and then there's like break your
We're
PC.
gone beyond
like,
the meta.
Yeah, this is cursed. This is we saw 3 monks in a key earlier, and that was still less cursed than this. I think this is the most cursed comp of the day, and just for that, they should probably win a T-shirt or something.
They should.
Yeah.
I do want to point out, we talked a little bit earlier about why don't we see Drakthir healers as much? And now that we're watching a really good Drakthir healer, we saw it on the last boss. They do have that shorter range from other healers, but they are considered a ranged healer. So we saw our healer here. He has his name hidden, so it's currently Bar Filler. But we saw our healer here have to run the ads away from the group so that they, didn't get hit by the ads. They were fixated, but that did put them out of range of their melee DPS. And so we did see, they had to rush back in to kind of save one of the Frost Death Knights. And I think that can be very frustrating for a lot of people, especially if you're coming from a different healer, like another ranged healer, like Priest, where you have that full 40-yard range. Having to deal with the fact that your range is very small, but you're still expected to do all of the mechanics that a ranged player does can be, I think, really frustrating for a lot of people, and that might be why we don't see them as frequently. But as we're seeing here, this is a 17. This is a pretty high key, and this Preservation Evoker is, seeming very cool and collected. He's like leaned back in his chair.
Yeah, he's almost too chill. I mean, they got 2 Frosty Ks. This is still the most chill player in the group, I think. But this looks like light work for them. I think this will be a score increase as well. You can see on the left-hand side of that screen. Is that like a RaiderIO add-on?
Oh,
I've never seen that before.
That's one of the
really
RaiderIO add-ons. You can see the highest key that they have done and their current score.
Yeah, that's really. I might start.
I
using
like
that.
that.
Actually, that's
I want to use that.
really cool. Yeah, it has been nice today. I've been window shopping for UIs and different elements and everything. So this has been quite cool to see. But yeah, this will be a score increase for them. So let's hope that they're going to be good to time it. No caster curse, of course. They got what 16 minutes remaining,
16
and
minutes.
that is enough time, provided everything continue. Provided they play well and nothing bad happens, this key will be timed.
Yeah, no
So
hiccups.
they should be good to go.
And I will say RaiderIO just ran a news article on their widgets. So if you're looking for like interesting things to put on your stream or to go in your UI, they did just run an article about that. Put it all conveniently in one spot. I just read it yesterday, and it got some really exciting ideas for my stream. So just saying, they just made it super easy for you to see all of them in one spot. And of course, now we have cursed them, but it looks like they are
not too
they're
cursed.
recovering. They're recovering.
Not the recoverable level of cursed. But yeah, there's a lot of healing that's got to go out here. There's a lot of dispels as well. Bar filler goes down, gonna get battle res, but now they lose fronta as well. The pack looked like it's almost dead. It's being covered a little bit here from the UI. The pack's low. There's some nasty mobs here. The masterminds will channel on a mob and just take them down. You can see here now it's on bar filler. They've got to spam heal themselves, and they've got a poison. They're managing to top themselves up, so they're doing okay. Some people have had to release and start running back. Alunia there just or Aeluna just died to, I think it could have been the Echo Blade there or the Mastermind again. That was quite a scary pull. I actually haven't seen many groups opt for that pull. And while their timer is still okay, because again, it's mother load and you can have 7 deaths, it's 3 testers all melee. That's what what Barfilla here, the player on our screen just said. They stacking up in melee there can be pretty nasty because of the Echo Blades and stuff.
Oh, and someone left.
Wait,
Ooh.
what?
Yep,
Oh.
someone left.
Looks like the
No.
tank left.
Yeah.
They have plenty of time to still
They had
time
so
this.
much time.
All right, so going back to what I was saying, this, I really wish, I guess the Mythic Plus community in general, like, I hate to see that when someone just, leaves a key after one hiccup, because I'm telling you, this is still timeable. This, I mean,
yeah,
it might come down to like the few, but I'm telling you, I've had quite a few keys this season at a 16, 17, where we had, it was that like nail biting 3 seconds left, you're racing against it. And those are some of the best keys. There's some of the best energy.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a bummer when you see someone just, GG and leave.
Yeah, agreed. I do think it was definitely timeable. So really unfortunate to see. But we are going back to a 19 floodgate. This looks like the same group that we had before. Coming back for their comeback round on these 19s.
Yeah, this is a good group of players as well, I'm pretty sure. So I'm glad we're seeing them again and that they're still going, because this is a good little group of players. I recognize a couple of their names. And a 19 floodgate, like you were saying earlier, Larry, is like, this is a title level key like contender. So if you had every key at a 19, you'd have the 0.1% title, or at least be in contention for it at this point in time. And so this is not an easy key. This is not going to be a walk in the park, but it looks like a coordinated group, and we'll see how they go. They must have been slamming their head against this one for the last couple hours, because we saw them in here a while ago, and they're still going at it. But we're getting a bit of a fresh run, so we could see some really cool tech in this key. Actually, if we're going to see some tech, it'll be from this group for sure.
And we've come in pretty early in the key as well, so we're definitely going to get to see like everything we could possibly see here. I think it's interesting, and I think maybe Larry or Sai, you might have more insight into this, but do you often pull that group before this boss, or do you try to commit like an invis skip or a gate on these high levels?
So I can speak in my experience. It's generally we kill that group because we don't have, like, you can do like a tank pull away and stuff, but what you'll actually see, the reason why a lot of groups opt for it is the crocodiles, which you can then pull onto the boss, which is a bit of extra percent and also a bit of funnel. for these bosses, because they're not actually that difficult to do. This boss is as difficult on like a +10 as it is on like a 19 or a 20. In theory, I mean, the dot takes a little bit more, like the gel, but the mechanics, it's not like things really ramp up. You're still needing to clear the bombs regardless. You're still needing to dodge the circles regardless. You pull the extra trash on. I think if you did skip that whole shredder pack and everything, I don't know. Like, I've not skipped it in a long time now, but I've not played with a Warlock in a while either, so maybe that's, you know,
And apologies if you mentioned this. Did you mention the crocodiles that some groups pull?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. I saw that recently where the tank snaps them up to the beginning of this, and like you said, because this fight is generally the same on a +10 as it is on a 19. Again, I mean, things hurt a little bit more, and as long as you don't have bombs that are detonating, the boss fight is pretty much the same. You know, you're baiting the charge through the bombs, you're dispelling on top of the bombs, and then you're just kind of healing up the shots from one of them. What is it? The I don't know her. I can't read her name. The goblin.
Oh,
the goblin.
Yeah, I can't remember her name, but
yeah, players.
Yeah, she does like a. I can't remember what it's called, but like a shot. She just shoots somebody like a blast shot, and it really hurts at the high key level. So like on a 19, this will really be hurting people.
But I think, pulling the crocodiles and snapping them, it's just another way to like shave off some time from the timer. You're trying to find little ways, because all of those different, we saw that. Well, we haven't seen it yet on this fight, but there are some groups that snap up the crocodiles. You see that some people pull some crabs onto Swap Face, and all of those different ways will eventually, you're saving time here and there, and that adds up. It really does. And you are able to, as you're saving time, you might 2-chest, or you might, if it's a 17 to an 18, maybe that is the difference between timing the 17 and the 18, going up 1 key level. Those small little, almost like min-maxing in a way.
I do feel like as you get higher, you need to start thinking about that min-maxing though. We talked earlier about like, well, if you have a lot of time, you can just W key, but these higher keys, you really are racing, your ability versus the timer, and the timer doesn't change, from a 2 to a 22. So it really is, I think, about min-maxing every possible thing that you can do to just get a little bit more time. It really is exciting to kind of see this kind of top end play with these off meta specs. I'm really enjoying it.
Yeah, the off meta thing is quite strange, right? When you optimize as off meta, because you're optimizing the unoptimized, which is a really weird realm to be in. And I think it's why I personally, as an off meta player, I don't seek out off meta specs, they seek me. But I play like Feral and Survival. What am I doing here? And Windwalker, what's that about? But it's really weird to optimize when you are unoptimized. So you try and play an off meta comp, you try and form like a pre-made with people when you're off meta, and it can be really challenging, because in theory, anybody who wants to optimize to do the best they can to gain the most IO also would then play the best class and play the best comp and do the best stuff. So it's kind of like a strange mishmash of objectives to do the best that you can possibly do on the thing that isn't the best. But I think it's really great to have these. I'm going to keep praising RaiderIO and Break the Meta here for being able to have these opportunities where it encourages people to do these things, win some prizes, to showcase, show off, and we get to see how well things perform. I mean, I'm looking at the overall damage right now. The Feral Druid's doing like 8.5 million overall right now, and they didn't even pull extra mobs onto the first boss. The Windwalker's doing almost 8 mil. They're pumping this right now. So it's great to see these things.
I do want to point out, this was the poll that we saw them do earlier, where they did wipe and they restarted the key. So they just successfully, as we talked about, the practice and preparation, they did successfully manage that poll that they had trouble with earlier. So now we're going into the second boss. And I see we're pulling all of this trash into the second boss.
Yes. Yeah.
Big pull.
Were you going to jump in there? Sorry, Larry?
No, it's a big pull. I was actually wondering, because this is a 19, if they'll, I imagine what they're going to do is so there. See how they're trying to bait those mobs. You can kind of see the blue circles that come out. The strat that you were talking about earlier against the wall, you can kind of do something similar here where they're at. Ooh,
Oh, no.
as long as you want to make sure you. I don't know if they were standing in that or if that was a cast that went off. You want to minimize how long the ads travel, because if they stay in melee, especially with a comp like this, which I actually think they're all melee, we have Feral, Windwalker, and a Warrior.
Mhm.
So if they stay in melee, that means that you are able to DPS them more, a little bit more uptime on them, which means they die faster, boss dies faster, etc. You know, it's all connected. But I think they maybe might move down that wall and then maybe move to the other side of it.
Yeah,
I just want to be
they have a marker down, so I think they're going to do that tech that I was talking about earlier. So they're going to move, I think, over and bait the ads on the wall, which you'll see shortly, I think, after this jump start, maybe.
There are 2 snipers. You'll see when the camera angle shifts a little bit. It is possible to pull those. Not that I've ever done that. I've never accidentally pulled something that I wasn't supposed to. I've never done that. But if you stay along that wall, if you go a little bit too close to them, even though they're on the level below, it is possible to pull those. So if anyone is, if you are in a group that's doing that, just be careful that you don't pull those. It looks like they are stacked up.
And just pointing out, the tank did run over and pull that extra pack that's off to the side under the awning. While the intermission was ending, I saw him scoot over there and pull the extra trash.
Yeah, Big Mama is a really long boss fight. It's at this key level probably a 5-minute fight, depending on how well stacked the ads are. So you have these time points normally after the jump start is concluded, before the ads newly spawn, where you will see the tank pull extra mobs in periodically. And they are opting, we're going to get a jump, or the boss is putting its shield on right now, so you're going to start taking some heavy pulsing damage. They've got to finish off these ads. The tighter stacked they are, the lower health they'll be when the boss goes into the shield phase, which means you have less ticking damage, because this is really hard to heal when you're on a 19, where you've got the shield pulsing damage, and then the boss does jump start, which also does heavy damage. And you find as a DPS player, you end up being more defensive than offensive when the boss in this place, in this mechanic, is taking more damage. You want to be as offensive as you possibly can. Now, I'm really interested with this like movement, because they're not doing the bait. They put markers on the wall as if they are going to do the baits, but then they're not spawning the mobs on the bait position. You see where that star marker is, but then they're sort of slowly dragging the mobs into the corner anyway. So it's sort of like an unoptimized optimal positioning. I'm curious on what they're sort of going for here.
Yeah, it's interesting. Now they're moving a little bit closer.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if they contemplated the skip or the stack and then decided not to do it out of safety.
Yeah, maybe. Because they're playing it like exactly how you would. The only thing that you would do different, chat, is you would position where they are now, exactly where they are now. You all pixel stack, and you do it when the jump start is just about to end, because the boss will summon the ads on top of you. So that's how they should be doing it, and then it prevents the mecha drones from doing their charging pattern. Now, if you do eventually drag them into the corner, they sort of do it less often anyway, but it's a little bit more awkward to like strategically force it. Whereas if they spawn there, then they just never move ever. But this is really good, and their time is looking good as well. They're at like 16 minutes where Big Mama's going to go down. So this might be. I mean, they're looking really good on for timing and stuff here.
I have really enjoyed, I haven't really played Monk on this fight, but I have really enjoyed every time the Windwalker gets the AoE that silences you, this one that's just come out, he's rolling through it after he positions it so that he doesn't get pushed back, and also so he doesn't have to get out of melee and stop DPS. And I think that's a really neat use of the roll.
Yeah, especially with a Presovoker in this group. I noticed too that obviously the Windwalker wants to be back in melee so they can start DPSing again, but it also helps healing too. This is a fight that it has constant, what would you call, are different. People are taking different hits of damage at different parts, and then obviously you have the AoE that goes out. And just making sure that you're stacked is going to be really helpful. I am really curious to see what this next pull with the Blood Warper looks like on a 19 with a Prez Evoker. I can't really tell. It looks like they have Rewind available based on the Omni CD here, based on the Windwalker's UI. I don't know what they have besides that going into this pull. We're going to find out very shortly. Right now,
they have some feral cooldowns, so that's at least offensively going to be strong here. But the Windwalkers aren't up for another 30 seconds, or at least not their big. I think it's their 2-minute go. So they might have a small go here with the mini Stormoth and Fire, I believe it is. So we'll see if they have the damage. They got to manage the Demolisher mob, which is going to constantly try to reload, to send up some rockets, which just displaces everybody and makes it more awkward to keep everyone stacked and healed. They got the AMZ, which goes down. Windwalker's just barely holding on here, though. And going to need some big healing before this next.
Some good work, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was a really good coordination of the different abilities that they have, the different spells. They waited to use the AMZ. They didn't pop that first. It looks like they just used Rewind, and that's how you want to handle some of these pulls. And that's what I mean by progging some of the 18s, 19s, etc., even 17s. Honestly, I'm going to lump 17 in there as well. Because there are a lot of pulls in 17s as well that are just they are brutal, they hurt, and it's all about knowing who is going to use what and when. And sometimes that might mean if you're a coordinated group and you're in Discord and you were just calling it out. I know there are times when I go in with a Convoke and I go, all right, the next time this comes out, I'm going to call for a Darkness or I'm going to call for an AMZ, and it's just getting comfortable seeing these pulls, knowing what to call for and when. That it really makes or breaks a key sometimes.
Oh, absolutely. I think that's probably one of the difficult things to balance around is the groups that have no coordination and they are just like off comms, just pugging it and just hoping that the stars align. And then you have groups like this who they're putting down the Ring of Peace and then they're typhooning into it and they're just really back-to-back layering their utility really well here to stop these mobs from doing their kelp cast and their heals. So the difference is night and day, and you can really tell it when you go from a pug to then playing in a pre-made and just the better experience that you have. And I think it's why Blizzard needs to make sure that they're always encouraging and designing the game in a way that makes you want to form a pre-made and pushes you toward forming a pre-made. I think a nice thing that Blizzard could add, and I've seen somebody else talk about this, but I think I want to hear your thoughts, and maybe even chat as well. But what do you both think about the idea of when you finish a key, there being a little prompt that sort of says do you want to go to the next one sort of thing, or do we want to go again? And there's sort of a vote menu, and because the idea being potentially it promotes more people to stick together when they successfully time a key, and then hopefully that promotes more pre-mating,
Oh, interesting. Like a prompt to say, would you all like to stay together and tackle this next key?
Yeah.
That's interesting. I actually wonder if, Blizzard could definitely, hopefully that's something they could implement in the game, but I actually wonder if there's an add-on that could do that. I know,
Maybe, yeah.
Well, Details has been adding a lot of really cool Mythic Plus. I don't know if they're plugins or I know that there's one that's like a beta version of it or something where it shows you, it tracks your current key based on your best timed key. So let's say, for example, you kill a boss, it'll say, well, the last time you did this and timed it, you killed it at this amount of time, you're 2 minutes behind, or, it'll give you a little bit of direction when you're in the key itself. And I thought that was really cool. And then also they have something at the end of a dungeon. Ooh. I don't know if that was a rescue. Oh, you know what that looked like was the vines. That might have snapped too close.
It was a vine snap.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Luckily they had a res though. But to answer your question, they've been adding, Details at least has been adding a lot of features like that. I think it would maybe even just having a message might send something, and it looks like sounds like a widget that RaiderIO has. I love when there are little widgets or plugins like that for Mythic Plus that either help communication or help to kind of encourage more people playing together. I think that's a good thing for the community.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we're not too far off from RaiderIO actually just sending round like a delivery man that just shows up at your door and comes and like slaps you on the back of the head, like, do the next key, dummy, and you're like, yeah, okay, I will. I'm queuing. They seem to have all of the tech at the moment. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, apparently RaiderIO already has it. I wasn't aware of that, but that could definitely be something that's like more presently sort of like prompted,
promoted, or hopefully catches on, so more people.
Yeah.
So it's more prevalent, I think, and just if one person's using it, maybe another person uses it, and then the more, I feel like with those kinds of things, the more that people use it, the more people are like, oh yeah, I've seen a lot of players using that. Maybe I should check it out too.
I love my RaiderIO widget that says, you know, the last time you timed this key, it's got, and it even shows like the difficulty. So, you know, you can even see like the last time you did this 14. Like you did this at this time and this at this time and had this many deaths. And it's really easy to parse very quickly. So you can kind of like take a little peek at it and be like, oh, we're a little under, we're a little over, we'll be fine. And it really does help, you know, kind of just like a quick peek. I can see exactly what we did last time and I really enjoy it. But to your point about, you know, like, would you like to play again? At least for me as like a serial pugger, I try and do that all the time. Like I'm like aggressive networking, right? You know, you want to find, you don't always have to pug. You can fill your friends list with good players, nice players.
And then never message them again.
Yeah, and then never message them again. But, you know, you should be messaging them. You should fill your friends list and then message them. Because, you know, we're all here. We all want to play keys. And we are seeing here the Shadow Meld skip from the monk.
Yeah, really nice POV of that. Nice and clean. And it should have worked.
Looks like it did.
Worked.
Looks
yeah,
like it. Well, although the warriors in combat was had threat was something. Okay, I think they're good. Yeah, to add on to that, I actually, you know, I was talking to a friend about it recently, where I think a lot of people, you know, my biggest piece of advice for people who are looking for a group to do Mythic Plus with, whether break the meta or not, or just keys in general, is to, you know, when you pug, you add people if the key goes really well, or honestly, even if the key doesn't go well, but you notice that there was a really great, I'm just gonna say warlock because we keep seeing them today. And you want a really great lock gate in your group with you, you know, or if feral druid or shadow, whatever it might be, right? Add them even if the key didn't go well, but you notice that they played really well and they were friendly. But the thing I think that people forget to do is the follow up, because a lot of times people will just add someone to battle tag and then they forget, or they think, well, they're gonna reach out to me again, you know, the next time they want to do a key, but that person's probably thinking, well, they're going to reach out to me. And so there's a follow-up piece to the networking part of it. When you play with somebody, the next time they're on, the next day or a week later, or however long it might be, making sure that you follow up with them. And even if they say, hey, I'm already in a group, or hey, I'm already in a key, just keep at it, because maybe the timing isn't quite right, but it doesn't mean they don't want to play with you. You know, when it comes to networking, there has to be follow up to it. Otherwise, you're just not going to play with them again.
You know, you message them and they're like, I don't know. I maybe we should just see other people. You know, it's not you, it's me.
Also, if you're like me and you forget what people play, Blizzard has an in-game note system, so you can put like, I usually put, you know, like season 1 War Within Warlock. Good.
I do the same thing.
Something like that. So I know what they play, and I'll try and update it like if they change their class. But it really helps, you know. You need that Warlock. I just go down the list. Oh, Warlock. Oh, there they are. Let's just message them. Even if they're in a key, you know, it doesn't hurt to message someone and be like, how long have you got? Maybe we can get you in the next one. Maybe we can align our schedules so that we can play together again. And I've definitely had the best experience, really, like you said, doing that follow-up and making sure I'm following up with the people that I actually add on Battle.net.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Steam game list, isn't it? It's like you just buy a bunch of games in the Steam sale and then never touch them. It's the same with Battle.net. You add them all on the list and then you never see them again, but they stay there.
They stay there forever.
Yeah. Were you gonna say something there, Larry?
Well, I'm hoping someone starts the RP. I don't know if they did. I can't see their chat box, so I'm not sure.
That time is really good.
They're
looking really, really solid on this key. Maybe we can just like hone in on this, because this team, this is the highest key we've seen. Oh, I'm gonna cast a curse it. This is a low key, kind of easy, no big deal, kind of whatever.
They're taking their time. They have all the time. Yeah, that's yep, yeah. Very
Yeah,
very
they've,
easy. Yeah, the last 2 mobs, they're taking their time with this because they can, because they are able to. They don't
they're
even need to
chilling.
start the RP. Yeah, they're just chilling.
They're chilling.
Yeah, they got 6 minutes here. They just want to focus down one of these mobs. You can see that they are like sort of semi-cleaving, but they're heavily focusing that skull marker so that they like these mobs, they both do their independent sort of like pulsing damage and swirlies on the ground that you have to avoid. So the quicker you kill one, the easier it makes this whole thing. They have 5.5 minutes left on the timer, and they're gonna get a bloodlust. But they are looking to sort of start the RP / setup ready for this pull. I don't think they're going to quite... I was going to say, chaining onto the boss there might be a little bit crazy.
Might be a little risky.
Scary.
Yeah, and needless as well. You know, there are some times in keys where you go, right, we have to pull this on top of the last boss. We have no choice. We have to do it. Otherwise, we're not going to time it. But there are some times where you just think, is there any need? Do we really need to do this?
They opened up this pull. This pull, actually, you have a few seconds before the AoE starts, and they opened up this fight with AMZ. And it looks like even with AMZ, they needed that. I mean, their health bars were spiking. The Prez Evoker is, doing what they can. What we've seen a lot today, I noticed, is that people with that circle, they keep running on top of these water puddles that you see in the room. And really, you want to wait for this mechanic here, these fixates. And you want to drag these orbs kind of through some of these water puddles. And I noticed that when they all spread out with that, I think it's the Gigazap, they did not overlap with any of those puddles, which is what you want to see. You don't want to accidentally move on to one of those, because as soon as you see that they're a little, there's some electricity in there, you cannot move on top of those. You cannot move an orb through them.
Yeah. And a nice little play here from the Feral. So they have their cooldowns come up, but you know that the normal pattern that you'll see from tanks is they'll drag the boss south as you're dealing with those orbs, and then after a short while there'll be 1 Gigazap and the boss will jump back to this set position. The Feral actually held their available cooldowns so that the boss would be back locked in this position with 0 movement, and then they could commit them. And just to kind of lean into that a little bit further with the cooldown management, so Bloodlust is up now in 2 minutes. So the Windwalker now can use their cooldowns, and they will be back up for the start of Bloodlust with the Feral Druid's cooldowns. So you're actually going to get at least Feral and Windwalker cooldowns together. I don't know anything about Warrior cooldowns. Sorry, Warriors, I apologize. But assuming we're going to get all the DPS cooldowns during Bloodlust, that'll be really nice and solid.
Looks like Fury actually they've committed their cooldowns already. I see. Yep, Avatar just finished. We've got Zuen out.
So that should all line up nicely for Bloodlust then. Yeah, if the Warriors are back up in basically 2 minutes, then that should line up really nicely. The key might even be over before Bloodlust is up. They're killing this boss.
Yeah, it's very. I was wondering what they were going to use here. I didn't realize AMZ was going to be up again. They used Zephyr for the previous AoE, so they have a cooldown, it seems, for pretty much every AoE, which is great.
I see our monks chat is spamming cat emotes.
Yeah.
On the stream.
I thought we were on the Feral POV for a second. I was like, wait, is this like a cat weak aura, like a proc of Apex or something? Nope, this is the Windwalker. How cute is that? Hopefully that's not showing up on their actual screen.
I hope they can't see it while they're in the middle of this boss.
Yeah. Yeah, but this is the highest key of the day, chat. This is looking really clean. I don't mind if I cast a cuss here. I don't think it's possible. They're just going to be able to handle all this. They're going to have a Gigazap come through. Bloodlust is up. Okay, Bloodlust is up in a minute. So it was a little bit longer than I thought it was going to be. And it depends. They could probably just commit everything here. I don't think they need to wait for Bloodlust. Yeah, they're going to start committing. It does look like
they're committing, fully committing.
They have Zephyr again for this. They're healthy. They're good. I see some defensives being used. This group is so coordinated.
Yeah, that really nice and solid. As we say, this is the highest key of the day, chat, that we're going to see timed. This is a plus 19 Floodgate with a fully off-meta group. Insane to see some Blood DK coming through today. That's marvelous. We've seen some Prez Evoker, got some Windwalker here, some Fury Warrior, and a Feral Druid.
1%.
This is a group of gamers. 1%. Boss dead. Plus 1 IO as well.
Nice job.
Actually
wow.
better than the last time they did it.
Title range key, by the way.
14
0.1% range. With a non-meta group.
Big round of applause there. And that is actually our last key of the day, isn't it? I think, Larry, are you going to take us out?
Yeah, thank you so much for hanging out with us today. This is day 1 of season 2 of Break the Meta in the War Within. Tomorrow we are back with a live broadcast for day 2 with even more Break the Meta comps. Hopefully some dungeons maybe that we didn't see today, some comps we haven't seen today, some specs. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today. And again, if you are interested in participating in Break the Meta, you still have time. Just make sure that you register. Make sure that you use the RaiderIO add-on. Make sure that that is running when you time your keys. You just need to time 2 plus 10s or higher and time them with a group with all Break the Meta eligible specs to get the Banner of the Algari to use in-game. Very exciting. So thank you so much for hanging out with us, and you can join us tomorrow. Same time, we will have 3 new casters for you though, and they will bring you through all the fun shenanigans that Break the Meta brings. I am Laria. You can find me on Twitch, which is twitch.tv/Laria. And I am joined again with Kara and Cybear. I'm going to pass it off to Kara.
Sure. I am Kara. You can find me on Twitch at KaraB. And I will pass it to Cy.
Yeah, amazing. You can find me on everything, I guess, as just Cyber_TV on most things. Yeah, good for me.